Chapter 841. The seven people who stood at the peak of the overarching star system had begun a war with Wang Yu. Wang Yu's body had already woken up from its previous sleeping state. It let out a violent roar and went into battle mode. Its 100,000 feet long tentacles swayed, and for the first time, Wang Yu's eyes revealed a hint of caution. Although its mind was different from humans, it could still sense a strong sense of danger. This sense of danger was something it hadn't felt in a very long time. It vaguely remembered that a long time ago, when it was floating, there seemed to be a voice warning it not to step into a certain area. It seemed that there was an unimaginable power in that voice that made it feel fear. However, this memory was too long ago, so it was a bit blurry. However, that sense of danger from back then was still etched in its mind. Even now, it was still affecting its thinking. Right now, it also felt a sense of danger. Although it was much weaker than before, it was still enough to make it cautious. The countless 100,000 feet long tentacles swayed, and the roar that came from Wang Yu's mouth was like the ancient sound of the earth being split open. It surpassed all thunder and could shatter space itself. This kind of sound had never appeared, even when the moon-gazer serpent was angry twice before. Facing these extremely weak life forms, it did not need to do this at all. It could directly slaughter them. However, right now, when Wang Yu was angry, the sense of danger made it so that it had to do this. It had to use its true strength. This voice seemed to contain a complex human language, and it turned into a spell that could cause space to collapse as it spread out from its body. At this moment, the red-robed old man named Xiang's right hand was the size of a finger. His entire body had merged with the octagonal formation. This formation floated above the moon-gazer serpent and moved with the moon-gazer serpent. Large bolts of lightning and fire came from the formation and landed on the moon-gazer serpent's body. At the same time, the four boys used their great spirit red cores to form red lightning that restricted the moon-gazer serpent's movements. The black-robed, middle-aged man with a Gongsun family name turned into a giant eagle that was 1,000 feet tall. As he roared, his giant body was like a real eagle. His sharp claws circled around the moon-gazer serpent and continued to attack. With this kind of power, even a real cultivation planet would easily collapse under this black-robed man's attack. His cultivation was so strong that he could be ranked among the strongest cultivators in the all-heaven star system. The Shingon family ancestor closed in on Wang Yu with one step. He opened his arms, and bolts of lightning moved through his body like crazy. The arcs of lightning spread out and turned into thunder dragons. Although they didn't look like ancient thunder dragons, they were formed by thunder spirits. As these thunder dragons roared, there were no less than 10,000 of them. With the Shingon family ancestor as the source, they charged out and began a violent attack on Wang Yu. The Zhan family's Li Yunzi was like a ghost in his white robe. He was too fast, and the silver sword in his hand would often pierce into the moon-gazer serpent's body. Once it hit, the silver sword would shine brightly enough to make a cultivator's eyes explode. As the silver light shined brightly, the silver sword in Li Yunzi's hand extended infinitely and pierced through the moon-gazer serpent's body from the other side. This was the spell Li Yunzi had used to shake the overarching star system. Celestial Heart Spell. As long as the heart was there would be no obstacles. The five-color Taoist body turned into 5 rays of light. These 5 rays of light seemed to contain a powerful spell, and as they rotated, they formed a giant vortex. This vortex covered the earth and extended infinitely. The shadows of 99 girls appeared inside the vortex. Each of the girls had a solemn expression as they sat inside the vortex. An extremely feminine force rushed out from the bodies of the 99 girls and condensed into a ferocious, 1,000-foot-tall ghost. It charged at Wang Yu with its huge body. Blood God's expression was cold as his body flickered and turned into a large amount of blood light. This blood light was so dense that it almost turned into a blood mist. As it surrounded the moon-gazer serpent, the blood mist surged and entered the moon-gazer serpent's body through its tentacles. It began a violent destruction inside the moon-gazer serpent. Continuous rumbling sounds echoed from the moongazer serpent's body. Master Flamespark's hands formed a seal, and countless fragments appeared before him. Each fragment was formed by the celestial realm. The moment they appeared, they rotated under his control and surrounded the moongazer serpent. At this moment, a powerful celestial realm energy surged out like a storm and shrouded the star system. For this operation, the entire northern domain of the overarching star system had been cleared by the Thunder Celestial Temple over the past few months. All of this was to capture Wang Yu in one fell swoop. The moongazer serpent's roar became more and more intense. Its giant body continued to ram into the ground, and the intense pain almost made it go crazy. It had been a very, very long time since it had experienced this kind of pain. In its memory, aside from that voice, no other creature could make it feel this much pain. As it roared, it opened its mouth, and small Wang Yus flew out. Among these small Wang Yus, 8 of them were 100,000 feet long, and the rest were 10,000 feet long and 1,000 feet long. As they charged out, the mother of Wang Yu let out a violent roar, and a vague, ancient god language came from Wang Yu's mouth. It wasn't just the mother of Wang Yu that spoke the ancient god language, but all of the Wang Yus, no matter how big or small, all spoke the ancient god language. The anger of Wang Yu was like the ancient god finger. As the complex language of the ancient gods echoed, countless specks of light appeared in front of each moongazer serpent. These specks of light appeared from the void and condensed like crazy. In a flash, the ancient god finger filled the starry sky. The countless Wang Yus formed countless ancient god fingers. This was one of the most powerful spells of the Wang Yu. The ancient god's finger swept across the earth with the moongazer serpent as the center. This powerful force caused the expressions of the 6 of them to change. This wasn't the end of the moongazer serpent spell. After releasing the ancient god finger, its giant body trembled violently, and it let out a series of roars. Its giant body shrank like crazy, as if it wanted to absorb all the vitality in its body. As popping sounds echoed, the countless tentacles on the moongazer serpent's body broke from the roots. A large amount of tentacles fell off its body and twisted. Then a large amount of hair came out from the tentacles. In the blink of an eye, the hair formed thousands of Wang Yus. Aside from Blood God, who had entered Wang Yu's body and couldn't see this, the other 6 were shocked. Even Master Flamespark's pupils shrank and were filled with terror. What kind of moon beast is this? There are no records of a moon beast having such a spell. When a moongazer serpent used this terrifying spell, all the mortals and cultivators around Wang Lin had their life force sucked away and collapsed. After the countless tentacles finished absorbing the energy, they quickly disappeared. Almost in an instant, the number of tentacles in the area decreased by a large amount. In particular, the hundreds of tentacles wrapped around Wang Lin were absorbing at a terrifying rate. This was no longer absorbing, but devouring. Large amounts of bulges appeared on each tentacle and devoured the power of the ancient god like crazy. At the same time, the tentacles wriggled and split into countless hairs. In the blink of an eye, these hairs rapidly extended and entered the child ancient god's body to devour it. This child ancient god is Wang Yu's source of life. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. His right hand formed a seal, and he was about to attack. However, just at this moment, the ancient voice that had disappeared echoed within Wang Lin's origin soul once more. This voice was even weaker than before, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Don't attack. I have become one with a moongazer serpent. If you attack, you will immediately be attacked by the moongazer serpent. My clan members, quickly leave and bring the person who can receive my inheritance. I don't have much time left. The ancient voice became weaker and weaker until it was almost inaudible under the devouring of the countless tentacles. With your strength, you can't leave this place. I'll send you on your way. The child ancient god that was wrapped by countless tentacles suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, One of the 8 stars rotating between his eyebrows suddenly collapsed. An ancient god's broken star. This collapse turned into an unimaginable shockwave. It passed by Wang Lin like a storm and charged at the vortex at the entrance of the narrow passage. The moment the storm rushed into the vortex, a large amount of red light appeared. Blood God's figure instantly condensed. After entering the Moongazer Serpent, he continued to destroy the Moongazer Serpent until he found this place. However, just as he condensed, the storm formed by the ancient god power smashed into him. Even with Blood God's cultivation, he let out a groan and his body suddenly collapsed. A demonic force suddenly spread out and turned into a demonic object that blocked the ancient god power for him. The demonic object's eyes were filled with shock. As soon as it formed, it collapsed with a bang and was pushed out of the vortex along with the bloody light. Blood God's body condensed, but his face was extremely pale. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated. As he retreated, he coughed out blood and rapidly weakened. His origin soul was seriously injured. If it wasn't for the demonic object that was connected to his life force, he would without a doubt be dead. His eyes were filled with terror, fear, and disbelief. The demonic object behind Blood God appeared again and shouted at the same time as him, "Ancient God." Even their gazes were the same. Shock mixed with fear, August would set off another storm in the renegade celestial realm. It would let everyone know the power of the renegade celestial realm readers. They asked for a guaranteed monthly vote so that they would have the upper hand at the beginning of the month. There would be many updates in August, and the content had been brewing for a long time. Was there Wang Lin among the 108 immortals of the great overarching star system? What would happen during the celestial pond baptism of the ancient cultivation family? The secret of the Xiang family, the opportunity to revive Li Muin, and the war between the great overarching star system and the Alliance star system would begin in August. The day they would return to the Alliance star system wasn't far away. Chapter 842. Without any hesitation, Blood God's body turned into a ray of bloodlight and escaped with the demonic shadow behind him. In the outside world, all the tentacles on Wang Yu's body were cut off from their roots and turned into countless Wang Yus. This scene caused the 6 old monsters to gasp. Master Flamespark's eyes lit up and his hand formed a seal without hesitation. The countless celestial fragments formed a treasure that floated in the air. At the same time, Master Flamespark let out a roar and a mysterious force spread out from the fragments. Every fragment contained powerful spirituality. After it spread out, it rapidly rotated with the fragments and surrounded Wang Yu's main body and the countless smaller ones. They rotated violently and formed a giant vortex that filled the sky. The red-robed old man waved his sleeve, and the giant octagonal formation around Wang Yu collapsed into countless fragments. The fragments surrounded each of the smaller Wang Yus. Thunder and fire rained down like crazy. The old man named Xiang's body flickered, and he sat down in the air. His hand formed a seal, and his divine sense split into countless parts to enter each of the formations. The 4 boys closely surrounded Wang Yu. Popping sounds came from the Heaven Spirit Red Core, and as they connected, they sealed off all of Wang Yu's exits. There was a flash of coldness in the Zhan family's Li Yunzi's eyes. With the silver light in his hand, he penetrated the seal of the boys and closed in on the countless smaller Wang Yus. He was too fast. He would often attack in a flash of silver light. However, all of these attacks were useless in front of the Moongazer Serpent's furious ancient god finger. The countless ancient god fingers condensed before the Moongazer Serpent's crazily spread out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises reverberated. The finger of the ancient god formed by the Moongazer's main body was like a force that could split the heavens and the earth. It landed directly on the 4 red pills that were sealed by the 4 boys. One of the boys' face immediately turned pale, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The red core on the top of his head began to crack, and a thick red mist came out of it and quickly filled the area. At the same time, The other boy's face also turned pale. His body swayed, and he immediately became dispirited. However, there was a dazzling red light flickering between his brows. In the end, the red light charged out and fused into the red heavenly spirit pill. The moment the red light left the boy, his body collapsed with a bang. The red-robed old man cast many octagonal arrays, but under the impact of the countless ancient god fingers, they were so fragile that they could not withstand a single blow. All of them collapsed. Blood flowed out from the corner of the red-robed old man's mouth. Master Flamespark's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a roar. His hand formed a seal, and the celestial realm fragment began to expand. It was as if there was an endless force inside it. In an instant, it was as if the Thunder's celestial realm had appeared once more. At a glance, all around the Moongazer serpent were fragments of the celestial world. These fragments were connected by lightning, surrounding the Moongazer serpent and crazily squeezing it. At this moment, the entire northern domain of the Luo-Tian continent trembled violently. It was as if space itself was going to collapse. Fellow cultivators, help me seal this beast. Master Flamespark's voice was like thunder that could split the heavens and earth. As it echoed, his arms spread out and the veins on his face swelled. He was using his full cultivation. A sliver of aura that returned to his origin came out from Master Flamespark's body. It was only a sliver, but this sliver of aura caused panic to appear in the eyes of the surrounded Wang Yu. It remembered that in its memory, the terrifying voice from a long time ago also contained this aura, but the aura of that voice was even stronger. Even the terrifying feeling of trembling when it heard that voice was also remembered by Wang Yu when it sensed the aura from Master Flamespark's body. It remembered that when it felt this aura, it felt like it had returned to the ancient god's body, the life without consciousness. A violent roar came from the Moongazer serpent's mouth. Its giant body moved like crazy, and a strange whisper came from its roar. In an instant, all the ancient god fingers from the Moongazer serpents fused with the main Moongazer serpent. As the countless ancient god fingers fused with each other, the ancient god finger that formed before Wang Yu's main body was no longer an illusion, but a real one. The rough skin carried with it a rune-like mark. The ancient god finger appeared in a tangible state in front of the Moongazer serpent. As it roared, the finger pressed down. The three boys around Wang Yu's body couldn't resist at all. The moment the ancient god finger pressed down, they all collapsed. The red cores above their heads also shattered into a large amount of red mist. The seal disappeared, and a large amount of Moongazer serpents charged out. Just at this moment, the Shangong family ancestor stepped out. Thunder surrounded his body and formed a large amount of thunder that turned into thunder dragons. They roared as they tried to stop the Moongazer serpents. It was as if the entire northern domain of the Luo-Tian continent was trembling. Thunderous rumbles echoed across space, and even the surrounding space began to collapse. The defense formed by the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple 50,000 kilometers away was also affected by the collapse of space. A gap appeared, but it was immediately covered by thunder. At the same time, the ghost formed by 5-color Taoists charged out and attacked the Moongazer serpent. The black-robed middle-aged man followed closely behind the 5-color Taoist and turned into a giant eagle. He opened his mouth and spat out a large bell. This bell was illusory and surrounded the giant eagle. As the giant eagle charged out, the sound of a bell could be heard. This bell's sound contained a powerful force, and as it echoed, the collapsing space became even more intense. It was pushed back and rushed toward the Moongazer serpent. However, these attacks immediately collapsed before the almost corporeal ancient god finger. First was the Zhan family's Li Yunzi. When his silver sword collided with the ancient god finger, popping sounds came from his body. Li Yunzi coughed out a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated. However, after retreating more than 100 feet, Li Yunzi's eyes were filled with monstrous anger. He no longer retreated, but charged out once more. His cultivation level was extremely high, But he didn't die from the ancient god finger. Only his origin soul was injured. The ancient god finger didn't stop and pointed at Li Yunzi once more. The red-robed old man let out a roar, and his body turned into a blood cloud. He formed an octagonal red formation and collided with the ancient god finger. Just at this instant, the ghost formed by the five-color Taoist charged out. When it got close to the ancient god finger, it turned into a large amount of black fog. It surrounded the finger as if it was trying to devour it. The Shingong family ancestor didn't hesitate to form a seal and point to between his eyebrows. Countless thunder dragons quickly gathered around him and turned into a 100-foot thick bolt of thunder. It moved at a speed that couldn't be seen by the naked eye and collided with the ancient god finger. The black eagle formed by the black-robed man with the Gongsun family name did not stop either. At the same time the crowd went up against the ancient god's finger, he charged forward swiftly. As a mighty bell chime reverberated in the air, he crashed into the ancient god's finger. The combined power of the 5 people at the peak of the Luo Tian star system was enough to destroy any cultivation planet. It wouldn't be difficult for them to even destroy the northern domain of the Luo Tian star system. At this moment, their spells formed a storm that could destroy the void. This storm was too strong, and even the expressions of the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple 50,000 kilometers away changed greatly. Some of them were only at the illusory Yin stage, and their faces turned pale and blood flowed out from the corner of their mouths. This storm howled and directly collided with the ancient god's finger that had almost materialized. Boom! A loud bang echoed across the entire northern domain of the Luo Tian star system. Li Yunzi's white robe was dyed red and blood sprayed out from his body as he was mercilessly thrown back. The giant eagle formed by the black-robed man, named Gongsun, collapsed, and he was knocked back along with the bell. Cracking sounds came from the Shangong family ancestor's body. His face was pale, and he coughed out large amounts of blood as he quickly retreated. The octagonal formation before the old man, named Xiang, also collapsed. He looked dispirited as he staggered back, and his face was pale. The one who was the most seriously injured was the weakest of the 5, the 5-color Taoist. His spell was broken, so his body trembled violently. Popping sounds echoed as he continued to cough out blood. He didn't hesitate to retreat. All 5 of them were seriously injured. The ancient god finger also collapsed under the combined spell of the 5 of them. The collision of divine abilities of this degree formed an impact that was like a raging wave. With this place as the center, the shock wave spread out in all directions. The starry sky rumbled and collapsed, and as the ripple spread out, space rapidly spread out. The 50,000 kilometers of space was instantly affected by the shock wave. Several abandoned cultivation planets shattered when the shock wave passed by. The messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple 50,000 kilometers away all coughed out blood. They could no longer seal themselves and were knocked back. Outside, the 2 seals formed by the red-robed and black-robed cultivators were also affected. Their faces turned pale, and they quickly retreated. At this moment, inside Wang Yu's body, Wang Lin, the ancient godchild, trembled violently. The tentacles around him seemed to be devouring like crazy, and another star between his eyebrows collapsed. After the star shattered, a large amount of power was absorbed by the tentacle. The ancient god's eyes revealed a strange light, and a complicated murmur came from his mouth. He separated a portion of the star's power and formed an extremely ancient transfer array before the Moongazer serpent. My clan member, quickly go. Bring my real clan member here. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked profoundly at the extremely weak ancient godchild. He then stepped into the transfer array and disappeared, asking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 843. The moment Wang Lin's figure disappeared, countless tentacles reached out from the void and wrapped around the transfer array. The transfer array immediately collapsed. Borrowing the obstruction of Li Yunzi's group of 5, Master Flamespark's eyes lit up. His arms formed a vortex, and he shouted, "Seal!" countless huge fragments of the celestial realm let out a loud, rumbling sound and crazily shrouded the moon-gazer serpent from all directions. As the moon-gazer serpent let out an angry roar, its large body charged forward like crazy. Its anger burned its entire body, and the sense of danger from Master Flamespark almost made the moon-gazer serpent mad. At this moment, as it charged, Wang Yu's body trembled and it unexpectedly stopped moving. Its eyes were filled with fear as it stared ahead. The space the moon-gazer serpent was looking at had already collapsed. As the cold wind blew, a person walked out. This person's body was extremely blurry, so it was impossible to see his appearance. One could only tell that he was a man. His illusory body was extremely calm as he slowly walked out from the void. The moment this person appeared, the expressions of the seriously injured Li Yunzi and company changed greatly. Even with Li Yunzi's arrogance, when he saw the illusory person, a huge wave was set off in his heart. At this moment, his eyes were filled with respect. It's him! Master Flamespark actually invited him here. The expressions of the other four immediately changed, and they all respectfully bowed. After the illusory person appeared, Master Flamespark's eyes were filled with ecstasy. The illusory figure walked toward Wang Yu with one step. At this moment, even with Wang Yu's large body, it trembled. It was as if the person before it had an aura that made it feel fear. The moon-gazer serpent slowly retreated. At this moment, a ripple appeared in space millions of kilometers away from the moon-gazer serpent. Wang Lin's body jumped out from the ripple. After he appeared, he immediately turned around and began to ponder. There must be a reason for Wang Yu's sudden change. Could it be that someone has launched an attack on it? The ancient godchild inside Wang Yu's body wants me to bring someone who can inherit its inheritance. Unfortunately, my original body is far away in the Alliance star system, or else I could give it a try. However, I don't know if the ancient godchild is sincere in inheriting the inheritance, or if he wants to use a spell similar to a cultivator's possession. I have to be careful and can't act recklessly. However, no matter what, now that I've left Wang Yu, no one will be able to detect my whereabouts in a short period of time. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he turned around like a meteor. Ripples appeared under his feet. Soon, Wang Lin's figure merged with the world and disappeared. The northern domain of the Luo Tian was very far from Wang Yu. It was a place where the two poles were separated, and that was planet Qingling. On this day, a ripple echoed outside planet Qingling, and Wang Lin's figure walked out. He looked at the familiar cultivation planet before him and revealed a hint of melancholy. I'm finally back. Wang Lin took a step forward and charged toward planet Qingling like a ray of light. However, just as he closed in, several powerful auras came from planet Qingling. They were filled with hostility and immediately swept toward him. Wang Lin frowned, but he immediately relaxed. Those divine senses immediately locked onto Wang Lin. After they recognized Wang Lin, they immediately dissipated. Shortly after, more than 10 people charged toward Wang Lin like meteors. In almost an instant, the moment Wang Lin stepped onto planet Qingling, more than 10 people from the Chosen Immortal clan, led by the Old Ancestor, arrived. After seeing Wang Lin, the Old Ancestor was filled with excitement and said, "Benefactor." Wang Lin looked at the old man and the Chosen Immortal clan members behind him. He smiled, nodded, and said, "Did you have a smooth journey?" The Old Ancestor took a deep breath and said, "Benefactor, the journey was smooth. However, along the way, I heard that there is a family named Yao in the Luo Tian star system that is hunting Benefactor." Wang Lin shook his head. "This matter is already in the past, so don't mention it again. Since you all are here, live well on planet Qingling. I'm going to go into closed-door cultivation for several months, so you all prepare your defenses." The Old Ancestor quickly nodded. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he no longer paid any attention to the Chosen Immortal clan members. He teleported and appeared on the Hung Yun Peak. The Hung Yun Peak was the same as when he left. There was no change at all. The cave was still there. After entering the cave, Wang Lin immediately activated the surrounding formation. The 5,000-kilometer area around the Hengyun Peak was completely locked down. Then he sat down and began to cultivate with his eyes closed. Several hours later, it was already late at night. The stars shined on the earth, and it was completely quiet. The moonlight shined through the entrance of the cave, illuminating the ground. It was extremely beautiful. Wang Lin opened his eyes and let out a mouthful of foul air. After leaving the Thunder Celestial Realm, he had been extremely tired. Even when he was inside Wang Yu's body, he was barely able to relax. However, at this moment, on his own cultivation planet, Wang Lin was completely relaxed. He looked up at the sky outside the cave, as if he was immersed in it. After a long time, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and muttered to himself, "The Yao family's hunt won't stop. I don't have much time left." While pondering, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and a large furnace appeared. This furnace gave off an ancient aura. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he spat out essence, origin energy. He surrounded the furnace and began refining it. The longer I refine this furnace, the more power it can display. However, right now, I need to study it properly. As Wang Lin inhaled, the furnace shrank until it turned into a ray of light and was swallowed by Wang Lin. The shadow behind him flickered, and Tashan walked out and sat down. Tashan was seriously injured, and his expression was bleak. After sitting down, Tashan closed his eyes and began healing himself under Wang Lin's command. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the sealed Yao Bingyun appeared before Wang Lin. Inside Yao Bingyun's body was the Soul Lasher. Outside was the 1 billion soul flag, and there were hundreds of thousands of golden seals. Staring at the sealed Yao Bingyun, Wang Lin's eyes became cold. His right hand formed a seal, and the golden seals around Yao Bingyun rose up one by one and dyed the cave gold. Under the seals was the 1 billion soul flag. Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and a large amount of black fog came out from Yao Bingyun's body. As it surrounded the area, it completely revealed Yao Bingyun's body. At this moment, Yao Bingyun's clothes were torn in many places. Looking at her made one's heart palpitate. Her eyes were tightly shut and her face was ashen. It looked like her life could be extinguished at any moment. However, there was still a large amount of origin energy in her body. It was just that it was separated and couldn't fuse with her origin soul. Wang Lin stared at Yao Bingyun and pondered. Refining this woman into a celestial guard is one option, but before that, I need to borrow her power. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he raised his right hand. His 2 fingers formed a sword, and he pointed directly between Yao Bingyun's eyebrows. The origin energy in Wang Lin's body quickly moved and entered Yao Bingyun's body through his fingers. Wang Lin's origin energy turned into a whirlpool. The moment the whirlpool appeared, it absorbed some of the origin energy that was separated from Yao Bingyun's body, causing the whirlpool to grow larger. Wang Lin was extremely cautious during this process. Slowly, the whirlpool absorbed more and more origin energy. Just as Wang Lin was about to lose control, he suddenly inhaled. Yao Bingyun's body immediately trembled. Her tattered clothes seemed to be blown away by the wind. At the same time, as her body trembled, the whirlpool in her body quickly emerged from her orifices. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with dense origin energy. Without hesitation, Wang Lin opened his mouth and swallowed. The origin energy that had floated out from Yao Bingyun's orifices turned into smoke and was sucked into Wang Lin's mouth. As the origin energy entered his body, Wang Lin's eyes immediately lit up and his face became slightly rosy. As his origin soul moved, it quickly fused with the origin energy he had swallowed from Yao Bingyun and continued to grow stronger. Time slowly passed, and the sky outside the cave gradually welcomed the morning sun. When the sunlight landed on the ground, it dispelled the coldness of the night and caused the earth to feel warm. Inside the cave, Yao Bingyun lay on the ground. When the sunlight landed on her, it immediately shone brilliantly. At this moment, Yao Bingyun had an indescribable beauty. However, there was a trace of sadness within this beauty. Sadness and beauty. The origin soul in Wang Lin's body did not stop for a single moment during this night. As if it had gone mad, it quickly devoured the origin energy that was absorbed and at the same time fused with it and turned it into Wang Lin's own strength. During this process, the origin soul's injuries gradually recovered. When the morning sun fell, Wang Lin's origin soul had completely recovered. Not only that, but as he refined Yao Bingyun's origin energy, his origin soul became even more refined. After spitting out a mouthful of gray gas and leaving the cave, Wang Lin opened his eyes. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and pointed between Yao Bingyun's eyebrows once more. The origin energy entered Yao Bingyun's body and formed a vortex that continued to absorb the origin energy that had been separated from her body. After absorbing all of this woman's origin energy, my cultivation level will increase a lot. I only need to comprehend my domain to enter the second step and reach the nirvana scryer stage. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he stared at Yao Bingyun. Once the vortex in her body reached a critical point, he immediately sucked it out. The second chapter is here. There will be another chapter on the 1st of the month. Fellow cultivators, please maintain your monthly votes. I fell out of the top 5. Please support me with monthly votes. Chapter 844. A storm swept across the Luo Tian star system and shocked almost all the cultivators. The fierce beast that had slaughtered countless cultivators in the northern Luo Tian star system was captured by the Thunder Celestial Temple. Very few people knew what happened, but the result shocked all the Luo Tian star system cultivators. In an instant, the Thunder Celestial Temple's reputation reached its peak. It even surpassed several cultivation families with inheritances from ancient times and became an extremely powerful symbol in the Luo Tian star system. Borrowing this storm, the matter of the 36 heavenly spirit celestials, 72 earth fiends, and 108 celestials began. The celestial realm has collapsed, and the celestials have fallen. However, there will still be true celestials in the future. The Thunder Celestial Temple will confer the celestials of the Thunder Celestial Realm. The families of the 108 celestials will be part of the Celestial Clan. They will exist forever. In the war against the Alliance star system, any celestial will become a commander, and their family will obtain their own cultivation planet. The news of the Thunder Celestial Temple's celestial bestowment had spread a long time ago, but it only began now. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Luo Tian star system went crazy. All the direct descendants of the cultivation families set off. Because there were too many people competing for the celestial bestowment, the Thunder Celestial Temple announced that the eastern, western, northern, and southern star systems of the Luo Tian star system would be divided into 4 areas. The Thunder Celestial Temple would send people to each area to select 108 powerful cultivators to go to the Thunder Celestial Temple for the final celestial bestowment battle. The area within 50,000 kilometers of the Thunder Celestial Temple was considered a no-fighting zone. Anyone who came here was forbidden from fighting. If they violated this rule, their family would be exterminated. The celestial bestowment was set for 4 months from now. If this news was a storm, then what the Thunder Celestial Temple announced next would be a heaven-shaking move. The Thunder Celestial Temple would open the passage to the Alliance star system when the 108 Celestials were selected. The war against the Alliance star system would begin. The entire Luo Tian star system entered a state of fanaticism. All the cultivators were preparing to slaughter their way into the Alliance star system after the celestial bestowment. A powerful killing intent filled the entire Luo Tian star system. Wang Lin didn't know any of this. He had been in closed-door cultivation for 10 days. During these 10 days, he had been constantly absorbing the origin energy inside Yao Bingyun's body. As he continued to refine and fuse, Yao Bingyun's powerful mid-stage nirvana scryer origin energy became a part of him. Yao Bingyan was like a great tonic for Wang Lin. His cultivation level slowly increased as he absorbed her origin energy. The amount of origin energy inside Yao Bingyan's body was very large. After 10 days of time, Wang Lin had only absorbed 30%. After refining 30% of Yao Bingyun's origin energy, Wang Lin's cultivation took a step forward and reached the peak of the corporeal yang stage. He was only one step away from the nirvana scryer stage. However, this step was like a ravine. It wasn't because he didn't have enough origin energy, but because he lacked comprehension of the heavens and domain. The karma realm is much more mysterious than the life and death cycle. My comprehension of it is impossible to grasp. Karma. As Wang Lin pondered, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Nothing in this world can escape karma. Karma is everywhere, but it is all just an illusion. If I want to find out what is going on, I will be unable to see the truth. After a sliver of Yao Bingyun's origin energy was refined into his own, Wang Lin let out a long breath, and his gaze fell on Yao Bingyun. Karma. Obtaining the heaven-defying bead was karma, and meeting Situ Nan was karma. Me killing Teng Li was karma, and Teng Huayuan killing my parents was karma. Similarly, Teng Huayuan's actions were karma, and me slaughtering the Teng clan was karma. Karma, and karma are all intertwined. Today's karma may become someone else's karma tomorrow. Wang Lin frowned, and the confusion in his eyes became even stronger. The karma domain contained too much. Even now, Wang Lin still couldn't fully understand it. It was not something he could clearly comprehend from the life and death cycle. Comprehension of domain can't be forced. Without enlightenment, it will be very difficult to grasp the path. Wang Lin let out a sigh and gave up thinking about it. Although the word karma was simple, it was extremely complicated to truly understand it. I somewhat understand why it is so difficult to progress after reaching a certain level. This has to do with origin energy, but more importantly, it has to do with one's own comprehension. Wang Lin revealed a wry smile. How can the karma domain be improved? This comprehension is very difficult. No matter how much I understand, it is all an illusion and not real. But how can I make the Tao of karma become real? Wang Lin let out a sigh. He wanted to stop thinking about it, but he still couldn't stop thinking. As Wang Lin muttered to himself, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Back in the demon spirit land, with the help of ancient demon Bei Lu, I entered that mysterious state and deduced the drawbacks of the celestial slaughter art. In that state, I vaguely felt like I could see through all the Taos in the world and turn into countless avatars that fuse with my body. This scene is similar to what I saw when Tian Yunzi taught me the spell. Wang Lin's eyes became brighter and brighter. The Tao that Tian Yunzi cultivates is the fate of the heavens. In his divine sense, there are countless Tian Yunzi, and each Tian Yunzi is good at a celestial spell. At that time, with my cultivation level, I could only see up to this point. However, now that I think about it, in that divine sense space, each Tian Yunzi not only has celestial spells, but also different Taos. Wang Lin's expression changed slightly, and he was shocked by his own thoughts. He took a deep breath and recalled everything that happened in Tian Yunzi's divine sense space. This made him even more determined. Tian Yunzi has many Taos. How did he obtain these Taos? Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He thought about what his first celestial guard had said before he was refined. I saw teacher Tian Yunzi devour Sun Yun. He really devoured him, completely devoured him. Wang Lin closed his eyes and then suddenly opened them. His eyes were filled with decisiveness as he stared at Yao Bingyun and muttered, "The Tao of karma is all an illusion." According to what I saw in the third step, all heavenly Taos return to their origin. I don't know what the origin of the Tao of karma is, but if I want my domain to become corporeal, I need to devour other people's domains, comprehend their karma, comprehend their Tao, turn it into my own karma domain. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he raised his right hand and pressed it between Yao Bingyun's eyebrows, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 845. However, the moment his two fingers touched Yao Bingyun's forehead, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. He stared at Yao Bingyun's pale face and fell silent. The concept of devouring is to take someone else's Tao and use it to complete one's own Tao. However, the heavenly Tao is endless and the grand Tao is boundless. Once I start devouring, I will be endlessly devouring. I will be walking the same path as Tian Yunzi. However, if I don't devour, I won't be able to truly understand karma. The Tao of karma will become illusory, unable to truly exist. To devour or not to devour. It was rare for Wang Lin to be so hesitant about something. It wasn't that he felt pity for Yao Bingyun. He was choosing his own Tao, seeking Tao. This step was extremely important. It was the choice to prove one's Tao. A cultivator's entire life was spent cultivating this Tao. Everyone's Tao was different. Based on one's understanding and experience, one's Tao was ever-changing. Everything in the world could become a Tao. Tian Yunzi once said that he had 3,600 incarnations, and each incarnation was a celestial art. In my opinion, these 3,600 incarnations are the 3,600 Taos he devoured. He devoured so many Taos, but in the end, he still hasn't reached the third step. It has been tens of thousands of years, and he hasn't reached the third step. However, if he doesn't devour, he won't be able to grasp the concept of karma. If he doesn't know the direction to seek his Tao, where would he find it? Wang Lin's face was filled with uncertainty. His eyes were filled with determination and confusion. His right hand was on Yao Bingyun's forehead, but no matter what he did, he couldn't push it down. Time slowly passed. Before he knew it, 3 days had passed outside the cave in Mount Horizon Cloud. During those 3 days, it felt like 300 years had passed for Wang Lin. He looked like he had suddenly aged. During those 3 days, his body didn't move at all. Only his heart was like raging waves that constantly moved up and down his body. The Tao. What is the Tao? Wang Lin murmured. During the past 3 days, he had uttered the same words countless times. It was as if he were asking himself the question, but also as if he were searching for the answer. The confusion in his eyes grew even stronger. What exactly is the Tao? In his pursuit, he did not notice that the origin power in his body had started to circulate slowly, but it had gradually increased in speed. On the third day, it had practically formed a storm within his body, and it was circulating at an almost insane speed. In the end, it almost came out of his body, forming an elemental energy vortex around him. This elemental energy vortex was colored black and white. As the black and white vortex spun, it was like yin and yang. Although they were fused, they were distinct. The vortex was getting thicker, stronger, and faster. Wang Lin was completely oblivious to all of this. At this moment, he was completely immersed in his search for his Tao. His origin soul was also constantly searching, constantly questioning, and constantly pursuing. From the appearance of an ancient thunder dragon, it slowly transformed into a human with the exact same body. It was still sitting there with its right hand raised as if it was pointing somewhere, but it still didn't put it down. It was as if this finger was Wang Lin's entire life, his life of searching for Tao. Early in the morning, the first ray of sunlight landed on planet Qingling. The mortals on the planet all woke up from their dreams and continued their simple and ordinary lives. The cultivators entered a meditative state and began to absorb the spiritual energy under the rising sun. However, today, the spiritual energy in the world was extremely active. It was several times denser than before. Almost all the cultivators noticed this and were pleasantly surprised. They immediately found a place to cultivate. Gradually, some people found that if they cultivated facing the northeast, the amount of spiritual energy they could absorb would be much denser. Therefore, some people immediately flew into the air and headed northeast. The northeast part of planet Qingling was where Hengyun Mountain was. At this moment, there were already many cultivators tens of thousands of kilometers away from Hengyun Mountain. They were all cultivating as if they were worshipping. Often, a moment of cultivation was equivalent to several days of cultivation. At this moment, the image of the heavens and earth appeared on the Hung Yun Mountain's cauldron. Black and white gas filled the mountain and intersected with each other, forming the image of yin and yang. From afar, the black and white were extremely distinct. With the blue sky as the background, it looked like a painting drawn by someone. It caused everyone who saw this scene to feel a shock that came from their hearts. This shock came from the soul and spread to the nascent soul. It fused with the origin soul and filled the body. It was as if there was a mysterious force that caused everyone to be immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. What is Tao? At this moment, an ancient voice echoed in the souls of all the cultivators on planet Qingling. That voice seemed to contain the vicissitudes of life, as if it had experienced all kinds of life. There was also a sense of stubbornness, the majesty of seeking Tao. As it spread out, everyone who heard it felt as if they had been struck by lightning and were frozen in place. Their minds involuntarily followed this sentence and asked themselves, "What is Tao?" On Heng Yun Mountain, the cave around Wang Lin was blown by the wind and turned into dust. It was blown away by the wind and disappeared into the world like fog. The entire cave disappeared, leaving only Wang Lin and Yao Bingyun, who still hadn't woken up. His finger was still pressed between Yao Bingyun's eyebrows. Above the two of them was the black and white image of the yin and yang fishes. It formed a circle and slowly rotated. The spiritual energy of planet Qingling moved with it and slowly spread to the surroundings. At this moment, if one looked at planet Qingling from the stars, they would see that the entire planet was shrouded in black and white. It was an extremely shocking scene. If someone with the cultivation of the blood ancestor passed by, they would be shocked. This scene was called the Dream Tao by those in the second step. Rumor had it that at the beginning of the world, there was a mortal named Peng Zhu. He obtained Tao in a dream and condensed an ancient celestial treasure. He left behind a Tao heart that could reflect the heavens and earth. At this moment, Wang Lin was in a state of pursuit, confusion, and confirmation. He was immersed in a dream. It was as if he had left his body and slowly floated into the sky. However, this wasn't his origin soul. His origin soul was still inside his body. What is Tao? In this strange state, Wang Lin felt his body slowly dissipate and become one with planet Qingling. It was as if he was the planet itself. In a dense forest, a 30-foot-long python wrapped around a small beast that passed by. Its giant body wrapped around the small beast, and the sound of bones breaking came from the small beast's body. Just as the python was about to swallow the small beast, its body suddenly trembled. It raised its head and looked at the sky in the distance. The coldness in its eyes disappeared and was replaced with confusion. This isn't Tao. It let out a sigh like a gust of wind. The confusion in the python's eyes disappeared and was replaced with a ruthless coldness. It swallowed the small beast and disappeared into the distance. I can't write anymore. This chapter isn't finished. There is still more to follow. I'll update tomorrow. Today, Jen had broken a record, counting how many words he had written, adding on the words from last night. There were a total of 13,000 words. This was unprecedented. Jen was an honest person. If he was smart, he would put this chapter on tomorrow and write another 3 chapters. However, he couldn't do it. Seeing that I'm an honest person from the Northeast, please give me the guaranteed monthly votes you have hidden. Also, give me the recommendation votes as well. Celestial Renegade only gets 35,000 recommendations a week. This week, Jen wants to reach 40,000 recommendations. Chapter 846. Outside the forest was a green mountain with clear water. There was a group of carriages moving quickly on the road. This group of carriages was made of exquisite materials and gave off a fragrant scent, giving off the aura of wealth. As the sound of horses' hooves and wheels echoed in the air, the carriage in front suddenly stopped and a girl about 7 or 8 years old walked out. The girl was wearing embroidered clothes and had a pink face, making her look like a jade statue. She held something in her arms as she struggled to get off the carriage. She walked a few steps and arrived at a bush on the side. She crouched down and placed the thing in her arms on the ground. It was a small beast with a white bandage wrapped around its leg. "Little Black, let's go home." The girl's eyes were filled with innocence and reluctance. She looked at the small beast and gently rubbed its head. The small beast raised its head. Its eyes seemed to have intelligence as it stared deeply at the girl. At that moment, the curtain of the carriage behind the girl was lifted, revealing a man and a woman. Both of them were middle-aged, and they looked at the girl with gentle love in their eyes. A gentle breeze blew by, and the curtain fluttered. The two people in the carriage were startled, and their eyes were filled with confusion. They were not the only ones. All the mortals in the carriages were the same. Even the girl, squatting beside the small beast, had confusion in her eyes. Only the small beast suddenly let out a hostile roar. It opened its mouth and revealed its teeth as if it had forgotten about its injured right leg. It jumped behind the girl and roared at the sky. There was fear in its eyes, but there was a force that made it not retreat and continue to roar. At that moment, it didn't even notice that there was a trace of blood on the bandage on its right leg. The heavenly Tao is endless, and the grand Tao is boundless. Doing good deeds will cause the karma of today. There will naturally be a cycle in the future to end this karma. The ancient voice resounded through the heavens and earth, and it carried a trace of faint comprehension. The small beast's body trembled, but still roared. Its eyes were filled with intelligence as it stared at the sky. It could feel an aura that almost suffocated it, but at that moment, it didn't want to retreat. A sigh slowly came and gradually disappeared. The little beast's eyes were filled with confusion. With its intelligence that hadn't fully awakened, it didn't understand what the sigh meant. However, the moment the sigh entered its ears, its vision blurred and it saw something. An old woman in her twilight years was lying in an extremely luxurious room. Her face was covered in wrinkles, but it couldn't hide her kind face. Although she was on the verge of death, her eyes weren't cloudy. She closed them with a smile on her face. Suddenly, a huge beast descended from the sky. Once it landed, it looked at the old woman deeply. It opened its mouth and spat out a puff of white gas that surrounded the old woman's body before leaving. "Little Black." The old lady opened her eyes. The illusion disappeared, and the bewilderment in the little beast's eyes deepened. A gentle breeze blew past, sweeping away everything. The people in the carriage were all clear-headed, as if they didn't know what had just happened. Even the little girl didn't notice anything. With a smile, she turned around to look at the little beast and softly said, "Little Black, go home." In a village in the mortal world, a middle-aged woman was pointing at the child who had accidentally broken the porcelain bowl and loudly scolded him. The child seemed to be extremely wronged as he stood on the side and cried, but he didn't dare to make sound. There was a middle-aged man squatting on the ground with an opium pipe in his hand. After taking a few puffs, he raised his head and opened his mouth to say something. However, in the end, he let out a sigh and no longer spoke. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew by. The woman who was cursing was startled, and her eyes were filled with confusion. Not only her, but the man beside her couldn't help but stop smoking. Only the child didn't seem to notice any of this. As he cried, he whispered, "Mom, that bowl already had cracks. Tao is like this bowl. If it isn't perfect, it will have cracks. It can break at any time." An ancient sigh echoed in the world. A gentle breeze blew by, as if it was about to leave. The confusion in the middle-aged woman's eyes disappeared as if she didn't notice anything. She continued to scold the child out of heartache for the broken bowl. The middle-aged man beside her also knocked his opium pipe to the ground. After a few knocks, he picked it up and took a big puff. Only the child's eyes were wide as he looked off into the distance. It was as if he could see his uncle flying through the air. The child ignored his mother's scolding. He rubbed his eyes, but when he looked again, there was nothing there. In the mountains and rivers, there was a middle-aged man wearing a blue robe. His face was filled with panic as he quickly ran. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. Behind him was a woman in black. She had a sneer and hatred in her eyes as she chased after him. Every time she got close, she would raise the long sword in her hand and mercilessly stab him. After leaving a bloody mark on the man's body, she let out a sad smile. "Dog official, you destroyed my family, and now you've fallen into my hands. If I don't kill you, I'll be letting down the heavens and earth." A gentle breeze blew by. The panicked man's eyes were filled with confusion. Even the woman in black behind him was confused. She raised the sword in her hand, but didn't swing it down. "Another karma," the ancient voice echoed, carrying a sigh as it left into the distance. The gentle breeze blew by, and the woman regained her clarity. She sneered and stabbed down with her sword, cutting off the middle-aged man's head. She let go of the sword in her hand and knelt toward the north with tears in her eyes. "Dad, Mom, your child has gotten revenge." It was drizzling in the city of mortals. When the rain fell on the ground, there were flower umbrellas everywhere. People hurried around, and ripples appeared in the water under their feet. One ripple after another. It was as if each ripple was a karma that lasted for a long time. It fused with the world and became a part of Tao. The rain brought with it a gust of wind. When the wind blew, it seemed as if it could disperse the ripples. However, even if it dispersed, it would only last for an instant. A moment later, as the footsteps of the pedestrians continued, the ripples reappeared. It seemed as if there was no end to them. Off in the distance, a group of people in white robes were slowly moving forward amidst the mournful music. Behind them was a coffin that was being carried by the people as they moved toward the city gate under the pouring rain. Waves of crying echoed. When the people in the area saw them, they immediately moved away. As the group moved forward, pieces of yellow paper were scattered. It was as if they represented the loved ones of the deceased, opening the path to the underworld and sending them peace. The crying was real, fake, sad, and happy. A gentle breeze blew by, bringing with it an ancient sigh that surrounded the area. Death is the end of karma. All karma will be destroyed with death. An ethereal voice echoed as if it was asking itself. The sadness and happiness in the crying were real and fake, but the answer to the question was speechless. The ancient voice gradually dissipated and left. In the imperial city, thousands of soldiers and horses were charging toward the palace. A middle-aged man in a yellow robe stood in the palace, angrily staring ahead. There was also a strong sense of sadness on his body. A person walked out from the army below. This person wore armor and looked very mighty. If you looked closely, you would find that he looked similar to the man in the yellow robe. "Father, you are old. Don't be reluctant to part with your position." The sadness in the eyes of the middle-aged man in the yellow robe became even stronger. As he pondered, a gentle breeze blew through the imperial city, causing the eyes of the surrounding soldiers to become filled with confusion. What kind of karma is this? A weak voice drifted away with the wind, leaving the imperial city. It filled the world, passing through the lives of mortals as it tried to sense the changes in the Tao of heaven. As Wang Lin walked, he constantly verified his own Tao. There was confusion, doubt, and confusion. The Tao of heaven was vast, and there was no end to it. It was very, very difficult to grasp it. As the wind blew, Wang Lin felt like he was dreaming. In his dream, he became planet Qingling, and all the mortals and beasts on the planet were seen, felt, and comprehended by Wang Lin. He saw babies being born, he saw old people dying, he saw parents, he saw lovers, he saw parting, he saw reuniting, he saw kindness, and he saw endless evil. What exactly is Tao? Wang Lin was confused. He saw all of this, but in the end, he didn't have an answer. He continued to search, to verify, but he became more and more confused. The spiritual energy on planet Qingling became even denser. This density contained a hint of confusion. Anyone who cultivated here would be immersed in a mysterious realm. It was as if they became a part of planet Qingling. At this moment, their thoughts were controlled by a strange force. Their bodies involuntarily followed this strange force to pursue a certain result. Wang Lin's pursuit continued. Time slowly passed. For him, there seemed to be no end. He continued to fill the world and fuse with planet Qingling. When the sun fell, in a private school in a village, most of the children had already left. Only a young boy was still sweeping the floor. A gentle breeze blew by, causing the boy's body to tremble. His eyes lit up, and he put down the broom in his hand. He turned and walked toward the teacher's residence. "Teacher, this student has a question." The door opened, and a mortal old man with wise eyes walked out. He calmly asked, "What is it that you don't understand?" The young man looked at the old man and calmly asked, "Sir, do you know what Tao is?" "Tao?" The old man was startled. He looked at the young man, waved his sleeves, and said, "The old man only talks about human relationships. There is no Tao." The young man silently pondered and turned to leave. A gentle breeze blew by, and he floated away. The young man's body trembled, and he regained his consciousness. However, his mind was filled with confusion about what he had done before. In a small city, there was a highly respected old man named Xie who was respected by everyone in the city. In the middle of the night, he lit an oil lamp in his study. He picked up a scroll and was about to read it. A gentle breeze blew into the room. As the oil lamp flickered, the old man raised his head. In the room, there was an additional voice that sounded like it had experienced the vicissitudes of life. "You are a virtuous person. Do you know what Tao is?" The old man's face instantly turned pale, and the scroll in his hand fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear, and he trembled as he said, Are you a person or a ghost? What is Tao?" The ancient voice echoed once more. The old man took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. His voice trembled as he said, "The old man doesn't understand what Tao is." With a sigh, the voice disappeared into the distance. The room returned to normal, but the old man was no longer in the mood to read. In the capital city, countless students were holding scrolls and reading about human relationships. In front of them was an old man in white. He stroked his beard with his right hand and had a smile on his face. Just at this moment, a gentle breeze blew by. One of the young men immediately put down the scroll in his hand. He stood up and calmly said, "Mister, do you know what Tao is?" The moment the young man's voice echoed, the surroundings became quiet. The old man's expression was unhappy as he said, "The heavens are Tao." The young man shook his head. When he sat down, his body trembled and returned to normal. Only the wind blew out of the school without anyone noticing. The wind scattered Qingling. In an instant, almost all of the mortals on planet Qingling were asked this question through various opportunities. However, in the end, the answers were all different, but none of them were clear. Confused, Wang Lin immersed himself in this dream. There was no end to his pursuit. It was as if he could turn into countless incarnations as he searched for the true meaning of Tao. On this day, the old man named Xie, who was questioned by Wang Lin, was pacing back and forth in his home. He was unable to calm down for a long time. It was as if all he needed to do was calm down and the ancient voice would echo in his ears. He let out a long sigh and picked up an umbrella. In the rain, he walked out of his home. As he wandered around the small city, his eyes were filled with confusion. What is Tao? I've always thought that my knowledge is monstrous and that I can see through everything in the world, but I was completely stumped by that ghost question. What is Tao? Confused, the old man unknowingly arrived at a riverside in the northern part of the city. There was an old man sitting on the riverside. The old man was wearing a raincoat and a bamboo hat. He was sitting on the riverside, casting a net to catch fish. The old man named Xie looked at all of this as if there was no focus in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "What is Tao?" At this moment, the old man in the woven rush raincoat let out a shout of joy as he scooped up the net. There were several large fish in the net that were constantly thrashing their bodies. The fish opened their mouths and tried to swallow the river water. There seemed to be despair in their eyes, and there was even a hint of struggle coming from their thrashing bodies. This scene was like a bolt of lightning that struck the old man named Xie. His body trembled violently as he stared at the fish in the net and the old man who was scooping it up. Could this be Tao? I am the fish, the Tao is the net, and the river is the sky. The old man scooping the net is the good fortune that controls fate. The old man named Xie's mind trembled as a wild wind began to blow through the rain. This wild wind contained the power of heaven and earth. The old man scooping the net was so frightened that he immediately let go of the net and sat down on the ground. His face was filled with hesitation. As for the old man named Xie, he took a few steps back and forced himself to calm down. The wild wind condensed and turned into a person, Wang Lin. He looked down at the fish that had fallen back into the river and was swimming about. His eyes were filled with understanding as he raised his right hand and pointed. A strand of spiritual energy entered the old man named Xie's body. You gave Wang enlightenment. I'll give you good fortune. The fish was struggling to beg for monthly votes. Chapter 847. Yesterday and today, there were a total of 7 chapters with a total of 19,000 words, the highest number in history, asking for monthly votes so that the renegade celestial can reach 1,000 votes as fast as possible. Are you among these 1,000 votes? If not, please join them. It was as if the heavens and earth were split apart. At this moment, a thunderous rumble echoed in Wang Lin's heart. He was enlightened. The Tao of the heavens and earth can be proven by everyone. Everyone can achieve their Tao. The heavens are not the Tao. The Tao is formed by the will of the heavens and earth. This will can be possessed by everyone, just like the fish that lives in the river. It doesn't go against the heavens and earth. It doesn't provoke the yin and yang. It is peaceful and carefree. This river is the heavens and earth. The fish are like all living things that exist in the heavens and earth. However, when the net appears, it pulls the fish out of the river. This net is the Tao, the rules of the heavens and earth. Within the rules, no matter where you exist in the heavens and earth, you can't escape this Tao. Just like this net, there would come a day when the fish would be fished out. The fish that had lost the river water within the rules and under the great Tao would either obey and enter the cycle of reincarnation, or they would resist, break the net and resist. Cultivators are like the fish that struggle. The more they struggle, the more they go against the Tao. This is Tao. Whether it is the cycle of life and death or the realm of karma, they're all formed by Tao. I am karma. The howling wind carried Wang Lin's enlightenment into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Only the horrified old man in the straw cape and the startled old man with the family named Xie were left standing at the riverbank. The old man with the family named Xie was stunned and felt warmth in his body. Is he a person? Is he a ghost? The old man named Xie muttered to himself. The wind scattered and merged with planet Qingling. At this moment, the spiritual energy on the planet suddenly increased countless times. The spirit veins on the ground trembled and spat out endless spiritual energy. The rivers on the planet were all filled with spiritual energy and turned into blue waves. The mountain peaks were originally just ordinary objects, but as the earth continued to spew out spiritual energy, they gradually formed spiritual stones from within, causing the mountain peaks to immediately become spirit mountains. All of this was because of Wang Lin. In Wang Lin's dream Tao, he became one with planet Qingling. Like this, he was this planet, and this planet was him. Wang Lin's comprehension of Tao was because he had transformed into planet Qingling. This caused a huge change to occur, causing planet Qingling to seem to have a life of its own and comprehend Tao with him. Humans have spirits, so they can comprehend the Tao. Beasts have spirits, so they can comprehend the Tao. All living things in this world can comprehend the heavenly Tao. This star has a soul, and it can also be comprehended. Wang Lin fused with the azure spirit and gained enlightenment of the heavens and earth. At this moment, he could clearly feel the soul of planet Azure spirit. He had never been so close to a soul that was different from a cultivator's. This kind of soul was illusory, but it was a real existence. It had no thoughts, only instinctive power. This power was formed by the countless years of cultivation on planet Qingling. It was formed by the life and death of all the mortals. It was formed by the countless thoughts of all the living beings on planet Qingling. Back then, the scattered devil could extract the power of the planet's soul. Now, if I want to, I can. A mighty voice echoed across planet Qingling. It turned into countless thunderous rumbles that spread out. Countless mortals prostrated themselves in worship amidst the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering thunder. Countless cultivators were shaken by the thunder, and they began to prostrate themselves. Among the mortals, the old man named Xie stared at the sky in a daze. A tremble came from his soul and filled his body. It was as if he had ascended to a higher realm. He isn't a ghost. A kind of enlightenment appeared in the old man named Xie's heart. After pondering for a bit, he resolutely walked out. The spiritual energy on planet Qingling became denser like crazy. At the same time, the countless cultivators that were in closed-door cultivation in an attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage and reach the soul formation stage felt the spiritual energy in their bodies rapidly rotate like a storm. Wang Lin's enlightenment caused a huge change on planet Qingling. These cultivators that had been stuck in the nascent soul stage for a long time obtained great benefits when Wang Lin gained enlightenment. Some of the cultivators that were half a step into the nascent soul stage immediately gained enlightenment and obtained their own domain. Reaching the soul formation stage, Wang Lin caused planet Qingling to break through the restriction that prevented cultivators from reaching the soul formation stage for countless years. This caused planet Qingling to reach completion. This planet wasn't as abandoned as it looked on the surface. It was a young planet. If it was given time, after countless years, the spirit veins inside would form, and it would become a real spiritual energy planet. Wang Lin's enlightenment caused the growth of this planet to accelerate, and it became rich in spiritual energy ahead of time. Hengyan Mountain was the peak of Wang Lin's enlightenment. At this moment, starting from the foot of the mountain, it began to change inch by inch until it became a real spiritual mountain. The density of the spiritual energy on it was unimaginable. At this moment, from all directions of planet Qingling, waves of power gathered like crazy. This power was illusory, but at this moment, it was noticed by all the cultivators. Even immortals could clearly feel this power gathering toward the top of Hengyan Mountain and entering Wang Lin's body. At this moment, Wang Lin woke up. His eyes weren't bright, but they contained the sun, moon, and universe. He didn't look happy, but there was heavenly might surrounding him. His face was pale, but there was a bright glow to it. At this moment, Wang Lin felt like he had comprehended his own Tao and had become enlightened. His body and origin soul were here, but if a cultivator came and closed their eyes, they wouldn't be able to detect Wang Lin's existence. It was as if Wang Lin had already merged with the world. In the past, when he merged with the world, his body truly disappeared. But now, even though his body and origin soul were here, he felt like he had merged with the world. It was as if there was no distance between his heart and his divine sense. It was as if wherever his divine sense went, there was karma. The heavens have no trace, but I inadvertently fell into my own karma. If I didn't gain enlightenment, I fear I would never be able to wake up in this life. There is something strange about this matter. It is as if a lot of thoughts silently entered my heart and replaced my mind, causing me to act according to a certain thought. Wang Lin raised his head and stared at the sky with a flash of coldness in his eyes. His eyes were filled with killing intent and endless coldness. As he looked at the world, an endless force came from planet Qingling. It came from every mortal, every cultivator, every living being. They gathered like crazy toward Wang Lin and entered his body. They turned into a force that charged into the sky along with his gaze. At this moment, if the world of planet Qingling was a river, then all the living beings on it were struggling fish. They entered Wang Lin's body and formed a resistance that broke through the sky. Chapter 848. Above Wang Lin, the yin and yang fishes slowly rotated. The black and white fishes gave off a powerful force of the world. As they rotated, it was as if they were absorbing the thoughts of all life on planet Qingling to form a heaven-shaking force. It charged into the sky. At this moment, the entire sky changed colors, as if an invisible force was rapidly retreating. A moment later, the sky was still the sky, but in Wang Lin's eyes, it was a lot calmer. At the same time, far away at the intersection of the four domains of the Luo Tian continent, in a very quiet pavilion where the Thunder Celestial Temple was located, Shimizu opened his eyes from his cultivation. His eyes were calm without any ripples. When he opened them, he looked into the distance as if he could penetrate space itself. Teacher once joked that if anyone could learn his spell, they could be considered part of by Fan's sect. This person was lucky enough to learn Call the Wind. Shimizu silently pondered for a long time before a hint of melancholy appeared in his eyes. Teacher, disciple is incompetent. However, since I survived countless years, I must find a reason why the celestial realm collapsed and why I went crazy back then. I must get revenge for you. On planet Xingling, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the sky. With his comprehension, he was half a step into the Nirvana Scryer stage. With just a thought, he could truly become a second-step cultivator. To become a Nirvana Scryer cultivator with more than 1,000 years of cultivation would be shocking no matter where it was. Wang Lin was an ordinary person, but he had relied on his own comprehension, unyielding perseverance, and extremely firm perseverance to reach this height after 1,000 years of cultivation. Just like when he was at Suzaku, no one could have predicted that he would reach this point in the future. Wang Lin's expression was calm. When he awakened, he only revealed a hint of his cultivation, and it caused the world to change. Wang Lin could imagine that once he made a breakthrough, divine retribution would immediately descend. The heavenly tribulation this time is a little strange. Thinking back to the many thoughts I had when I entered the karmic domain, I need to be cautious and not be careless. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. Ever since he refused to yield to the will of the heavens when he reached the ascended stage, every time his cultivation level increased, he would have to face the pressure of heavenly tribulation. The power of this heavenly tribulation grew stronger and stranger with each tribulation. Wang Lin lowered his head and looked at the unconscious Yao Bingyun in front of him. Without any hesitation, his right hand pointed between Yao Bingyun's eyebrows. The intent of devouring is a wrong path. But before this, there was a thought in my mind. If I hadn't comprehended the grand Tao, I could only be immersed in this dilemma until my Tao was destroyed. As soon as his two fingers touched Yao Bingyun's forehead, Wang Lin's eyes shone with a strange light, as if he were one with heaven and earth. The correct path is not to devour, but to comprehend, borrowing the Tao of others to verify karma. This is the correct method to complete the intent of karma. Wang Lin took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. As his domain descended, the black and white yin and yang fishes in the sky slowly descended. In the end, they entered his and Yao Bingyun's bodies and once again became yin and yang. The heaven-defying bead also slowly rotated between Wang Lin's eyebrows and began to absorb the yin and yang fishes. Little sister, a weak call came from the black void. This voice was filled with an indescribable sadness. Once it entered one's ears, it would cause one's heart to tremble with pain. Little sister, big sister will come and save you. You have to hold on. Wait for me, the voice murmured. The sadness in it was very strong and wouldn't dissipate. In the black void, Wang Lin silently listened to this voice. There was no joy or sadness in it. As the voice echoed in the air, it was as if clouds had appeared in the air. They continued to linger in the air as if they were surging by. In the depths of the clouds, there was a girl crouching down with her arms wrapped around her knees. There was panic and fear in her eyes. She was only 15 or 16 years old. Her body was so fragile that it was as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Under the flowing clouds, the young girl's face was pale, and she gave off a sense of helplessness. Big sister, a timid voice came from her mouth. Big sister promised you that in this life, I will definitely save you. Little sister, don't cry. Big sister is here. Don't be afraid. I'm just going to a very far place and wait for Big Sister there. I will definitely have the power to save you. I will. Don't cry. Mommy is no longer here. It's just the two of us. No one will bully you there. Listen to Big Sister. Hold on and wait for me." The girl raised her head, and her face was covered in tears as she muttered, "Big Sister, I don't want to go. I'm scared." As she cried, a pair of old hands suddenly appeared out of thin air and grabbed the girl. With a pull, she was dragged into the void and disappeared into the distance. "Big Sister, Big Sister." Mournful cries for help echoed in the void, but in the end, the cries became more and more distant until they disappeared. "Little sister, in this life, I will definitely have the power to save you. Wait for me. Be strong and wait for me." The cries were filled with an unimaginable and indescribable sadness that filled the void. That sorrow seemed to contain the power to shatter the heavens and earth. As it spread out, it caused the surrounding space to collapse into pieces. It was as if a violent gust of wind had formed a storm that wanted to tear everything apart. The void shattered, revealing a lush green land below. On the ground, two red-clothed girls were happily laughing as they chased after each other. These two girls were not old, but it could be seen that they were sisters. The girl chasing the older sister was thin and weak. Although she had a smile on her face, it was terrifyingly pale. "Little sister, if you can catch up to Big Sister, I'll buy you a candy man." The girl in front turned around to look at her little sister and smiled. "Big Sister, slow down." The girl ran forward, but in the midst of the chase, she tripped and immediately started crying. Her older sister quickly ran over and squatted down. She said softly, "Don't cry. When we get back, Big Sister will buy you a candy man." Before she could finish speaking, the crying younger sister immediately grabbed her older sister's clothes and smiled through her tears. She said happily, "Big Sister, I caught you. You're shameless." The two girls laughed and began to play with each other. After a while, perhaps because they were tired, the two of them sat on the grass. The younger sister raised her head and looked at her older sister. She said softly, "Big Sister, why did great-grandfather let us come here? Is he bringing us to see Mother? I miss Mother." At that moment, the weather in the sky suddenly changed. A large amount of red clouds swept over and gathered above the two girls. In an instant, a person appeared above the red clouds. This person was middle-aged and extremely handsome. He had the demeanor of an immortal. Mingyun, come with me." The middle-aged man looked at the two girls with a complicated look in his eyes. He sighed and landed on the ground. The girl called Mingyun immediately said happily, "Uncle Yun, are you bringing us to see Mother?" The complicated look in the middle-aged man's eyes became even more intense. He looked at the two girls and clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with determination. He nodded and said, "Uncle will bring you to see Mother." As he spoke, he swung his sleeves and immediately swept up the two girls. The red cloud under his feet charged into the sky like lightning. "Ancestor, the children are innocent. Even if I, Yao Yun, am to be punished, I will send these two children out of the blood god planet." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and moved even faster. He and the two girls merged into the red cloud and flew into the sky. However, at that moment, the wind and clouds suddenly surged in the sky. A demonic hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the red cloud. With a slight shake, the entire red cloud collapsed inch by inch with loud bangs, revealing the pale-faced middle-aged man and the two panic-stricken girls. "Yayan, come back." The ancient voice was filled with authority and did not allow anyone to resist. "Ancestor, why? They are members of the Yao family." Yao Yun's face was filled with grief and anger as he shouted, "It is precisely because they are members of the Yao family that this is their fate. They can't escape. From the moment they were born, they were destined to become the soul of that artifact." The ancient voice was unquestionable. As it swept across the sky, a violent gust of wind swept up the middle-aged man and the two girls, and they disappeared without a trace. Outside the Yao family's ancestral hall, Yao Yun's body was forced out of the void. His face was pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. After he landed on the ground, he retreated hundreds of feet and laughed bitterly. He watched as the two girls were swept into the ancestral hall in panic and confusion. It was as if they were being devoured by the ancestral hall. Similarly, this scene was also seen by Wang Lin. He saw everything in a strange state and verified Yao Bingyun's Tao. All of this was the manifestation of Yao Bingyun's Tao. It was the foundation of this woman's Tao. Ancestor, is the family's artifact really that important? Frozen Cloud and Dream Clouds don't have father. Even their mother is just a tool for you. Your goal is to give birth to these two children who have fused with the soul of the artifact. They will become the new souls of the artifact. Yao Yun laughed bitterly. He had a very special feeling towards these two children, because their mother was his older sister. She was the person with the most outstanding talent among the second-generation disciples in the Yao family over the years. Big Brother's right. The ancestor has already taken the monster spirit into his body. The Yao family of the past is no longer around. I never understood why Big Brother left so decisively in the past, but now I understand. Big Brother's thoughts in the past. He was less than 400 votes away from 1,000 votes. He needed monthly votes to reach 1,000 votes. Chapter 849. Wang Lin calmly watched all of this. There were no ripples in his heart, and there was no joy or sorrow in his eyes. Inside the ancestral hall, the two girls' faces were filled with panic and helplessness, especially the younger sister. Her body was trembling as she tightly hugged her older sister. It was as if this was the only way she could feel safe. Big sister, I'm scared, I'm scared. The little girl's voice trembled as she tightly gripped her older sister's clothes. Even her fingers were white. Yao Bingyun's face was pale as she hugged her younger sister. The fear in her eyes had reached its limit. She knew that what awaited them was something even more terrifying than life and death. Before the two girls sat an old man. He was wearing a blood-red robe and had red hair and eyebrows. He looked extremely old, but when he opened his eyes, there was a soul-stealing light in them. As members of my Yao family, for the glory of the Yao family, you too must become the soul of the artifact. As the old man spoke, he raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Immediately, there was a tearing sound as a 30-foot crack appeared in the space before him. A chilling wind blew out from within, and within the wind, an ancient oil lamp slowly flew out. The oil lamp gave off a blue flame. As it burned, there was no heat, only endless coldness. The oil lamp slowly floated out and landed in the air between the two girls and the old man. At that moment, the flames on it immediately became more intense. They flickered between bright and dark, and the embers scattered toward the two girls at the same time. This item is the treasure of my Yao family. The fire on it has never been extinguished since the celestial realm was created. It symbolizes the fire of life. However, 500 years ago, the fire showed signs of extinguishing. The old man calculated for a long time and finally found the reason. The soul of the artifact is about to dissipate, and the moment it completely dissipates, the fire will be extinguished. Thus, the old man spent 300 years to slowly extract a portion of the artifact's soul and fuse it with the most outstanding members of my Yao family. After 200 years, the two of you were born. This is your fate. You can't avoid it. You were born to become tool souls. The old man's voice was calm. The moment he finished speaking, the flame on the oil lamp that was floating in front of him burned even brighter. As it burned intensely, it turned into a cloud of fire. As the fire cloud moved, it turned into a demonic creature. This creature had 2 horns on its head, and its body was incomparably large. As it gave off a fiery glow, it charged out. Ancient demon. Seeing this, Wang Lin's spiritual force trembled. The demonic creature that appeared from the flames was an ancient fae. As soon as the creature appeared, the entire ancestral hall was enveloped in fiery, demonic chi. The demonic creature opened its mouth wide and lunged toward the 2 girls. Sis, the little girl holding onto her sister's clothes immediately cried out in fear. Even Wang Lin couldn't help but be shaken by the fear in her voice. The older sister's face was deathly pale, and the fear in her eyes had reached its limit. She was afraid, very afraid. This kind of fear was something she had never felt before. Seeing the demonic creature charging toward her, the older sister was immersed in fear and involuntarily took a step back. As her older sister retreated, her younger sister's body was in front of her. The demonic creature swallowed her in one gulp and forced her to shrink back. A ripping sound could be heard as the older sister's garments were ripped to shreds by the younger sister's hands. "Big sister, save me, save me." Miserable cries filled the entire ancestral hall. But as the demonic creature began to consume her, the cries stopped. The older sister sat on the ground with tears in her eyes. She bit her lower lip so hard that blood flowed out. Her eyes were filled with regret as she crawled up and ran toward the demonic creature. Little sister, give me back my little sister. Come and devour me, devour me." The demonic creature twisted its body and returned to the oil lamp, disappearing without a trace. The flame of the oil lamp suddenly grew stronger and emitted a bright light. However, it was clear that a girl was struggling in pain within the flame. "Big sister, big sister." The old man who was sitting to the side and witnessing all of this had a strange look in his eyes. He waved his sleeve and pushed the older sister to the side. The old man stared at the flame of the oil lamp, and gradually, a smile appeared on his face. Who would have thought that only one person would be needed to become the soul of the weapon? Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll spare your life. The older sister looked as if she had lost her soul. Her eyes were empty as she stared at the oil lamp. The regret on her face was like a tidal wave that completely drowned her. "Little sister, I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't do it on purpose. The one who should have been devoured was me, my little sister." Tears streamed down Yao Bingyun's face nonstop. Her body trembled, but at that moment, she was no longer afraid. There was only endless regret. "I shouldn't have retreated. Before my mother left, she told me to take care of my little sister, but I didn't do it. I shouldn't have retreated." Yao Bingyun stared at the oil lamp with a miserable expression. She bit her lip and knelt on the ground while crying, "Grandpa Ancestor, I, Yao Bingyun, am willing to become the spirit of the weapon. Even if it's for my entire life, even if it's for 10,000 years or 10,000 years, I'm willing. I don't have a single word of complaint. I just beg you, Grandpa Ancestor, please release Dream Clouds and exchange her for me. Let me become the spirit of the weapon. I beg you, I beg you, I beg you." Yao Bingyun's face was covered in tears as she kowtowed nonstop. Blood had already trickled down the center of her brows, but she did not care about it and continued begging. There was a shock in her voice that would cause others to be unable to remain calm, and her actions caused even Wang Lin to fall silent. The cries reverberated throughout the ancestral hall and even reached the ears of Yao Yun, who was outside. Yao Yun's eyes were bloodshot at this moment. He was on the verge of roaring as he struggled to his feet. He wanted to rush into the ancestral hall, but just as he was about to rush into the ancestral hall, a wave of energy exploded out from within the ancestral hall. Yao Yun coughed out a mouthful of blood, and with a bitter smile on his face, his body was flung out. "The Yao family is going to die." The old man cast a glance at Yao Bingyun, who was kneeling on the ground and begging. Her shrill voice crawled into his heart, and the old man could not help but fall silent. A hint of confusion, which was rarely seen, appeared in his eyes. However, just as this confusion appeared, he immediately suppressed it. His right hand reached out and the oil lamp appeared in his hand. He calmly said, "This is Yao Mingyun's fate, and I have no intention of changing it." As he spoke, he placed the oil lamp into the fissure. With a wave of his sleeve, the fissure immediately closed up and disappeared. "Little sister." Yao Bingyun raised her head to look at the gradually disappearing crack and let out a mournful cry that she had never let out before. This cry was like an impact that affected the Tao that Wang Lin had fused with and almost caused it to collapse. "Little sister, you have to be strong. You have to be strong and wait for big sister. I still haven't bought you candy. I still haven't taken you to find Mom. Little sister, you have to be strong and wait for Big Sister to save you. Little sister, Big Sister will definitely come to save you. This is my promise. This is Big Sister's promise. As the mournful impact spread, everything that Wang Lin saw collapsed. The ancestral hall was no longer there. The oil lamp was no longer there. The old man was no longer there. The crack was no longer there. Everything turned into fragments. Just like the void from before, the storm that had formed, everything collapsed. The only thing that remained was the person kneeling on the ground, her eyes filled with regret and coldness. Yao Bingyun, if anyone can save my little sister, I, Yao Bingyun, will serve that person for all eternity. Even if I have no conscience, as long as I can save my little sister, I am willing. I have no regrets. Her mournful voice echoed throughout the world, revealing Yao Bingyun's determination, but even more so, her helplessness. Wang Lin's divine sense was impacted, and he personally felt Yao Bingyun's domain to confirm his own Dao. At the same time, Yao Bingyun's Dao was revealed to Wang Lin. The image of the two little girls leaning against each other remained in his mind for a long time. Yao Bingyun, who was kneeling on the ground, raised her head as if she had heard something, but in the end, her body gradually disappeared. As everything collapsed in front of him, Wang Lin let out a soft sigh. Gradually, another scene appeared in front of him. It was under an ice mountain. Yao Bingyun's appearance was that of an adult. She was sitting cross-legged under the ice mountain, staring ahead, her eyes filled with deep sorrow. Little sister, even if I have no emotions, no feelings, even if I become a person with a cold heart, I will never forget you. You have to be strong and wait for me. Tears flowed down from the corners of Yao Bingyun's eyes, but she didn't wipe them away. Instead, she closed her eyes and began to cultivate for the first time the forbidden technique of the Yao family, the secluded deity mantra. This technique severed all emotions, severed everything. When cultivated to the great success stage, one would become extremely cold and cultivate the Tao of emotionlessness. Cultivating the Tao of emotionlessness with a loving heart. Wang Lin let out a sigh. At this moment, he had completely seen through Yao Bingyun's Tao heart. Her Tao heart is her little sister's, and she cultivates the Tao of emotionlessness, not the glory of the Yao family's ancestor. Wang Lin's figure appeared beside Yao Bingyun. He looked at Yao Bingyun and shook his head. Forget it, I can break this woman's Tao heart, but... Wang Lin glanced at Yao Bingyun before his figure dissipated. On the peak of Mount Hengyun, Wang Lin opened his eyes and raised his right hand. He let out a sigh and said, "You chased after me and helped me achieve a breakthrough. I guess we have settled the karma." Wang Lin flicked his sleeve, causing the seal on Yao Bingyun's body to vanish. She then flew up into the air. Up in midair, Yao Bingyun slowly opened her eyes, which were filled with confusion. She stopped in place and looked at Wang Lin, who was sitting cross-legged on the peak of Mount Hengyun. A complicated expression appeared in her eyes, and after a long moment of silence, she softly said, "Do you believe in reincarnation?" Years ago, in the Yao family's ancestral hall, I heard someone tell me that he could, was it you? Toward the 100 monthly votes. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 850. At the top of Hengyun Mountain, Wang Lin's expression was calm. He had completely seen through Yao Bingyun's Tao heart. Her little sister was her only Tao heart, and also her only flaw. Wang Lin didn't raise his head as he calmly said, "I can't help you with my strength." Yao Bingyun's expression was dim in the air. After pondering for a long time, she softly said, "Perhaps I heard wrong." She turned around, and her eyes were filled with tears. She walked into the sky and gradually disappeared. From beginning to end, Wang Lin didn't raise his head. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in his Tao of Karma. The black and white yin and yang fishes slowly appeared around him. They gathered behind him and slowly rotated. Every time they rotated, there would be a suction force that absorbed the surrounding origin energy into Wang Lin's body. At the same time, A portion of the origin energy entered the heaven-defying bead and was absorbed by the bead. Similarly, the surface of the heaven-defying bead also changed. It formed an yin and yang image that slowly rotated inside Wang Lin's origin soul. Wang Lin's Tao had reached small completion in karma. His karma domain had become corporeal and condensed outside his body. This completely represented that his domain had entered the second step, and he had become a nirvana scryer cultivator. If he wanted to, he could instantly summon divine retribution. After passing the divine retribution, he would be at the early stage of nirvana scryer. The second step of cultivation, nirvana scryer, nirvana cleanser, and nirvana shatterer, all of them have the word nirvana in them. Obviously, combined with what I saw in the third step, I can only reach the third step after completely understanding the nirvana domain and mastering the law. The heavens are endless and the Tao is boundless. Is the path of Tao really only these 3 steps? Wang Lin silently pondered as he opened his eyes. His left eye contained yang, and his right eye contained yin. They looked like the sun and the moon, which was extremely strange. As he opened his eyes, the yin and yang fish behind him began to spin even faster. This time, the rotation became even more intense. In the end, with Hengyun Mountain as the center, all of the spiritual energy on planet Qingling seemed to be affected by a pair of invisible hands and underwent a drastic change. Not only that, due to the crazy amount of spiritual energy, the entire planet seemed to have turned into a powerful storm. This storm was invisible, but at this moment, every single cultivator on the planet could clearly feel it. Boundless spiritual energy frantically gathered towards the horizontal cloud mountain. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a strange light. He took a deep breath, and the yin and yang fish behind him stopped spinning. The origin energy is changing, but it cannot be on this planet. Otherwise, this planet will collapse. Wang Lin stood up and took a step forward. Just as he was about to leave, his expression changed, and he looked into the distance. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the distance, allowing him to see the old man, named Xie, struggling to walk toward him from countless kilometers away. With his mortal body, he continued to walk as if he was on a pilgrimage. His target was Hengyun Mountain. Wang Lin silently pondered before withdrawing his gaze. He sat down again and closed his eyes. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month went by. During this half a month, Wang Lin seemed to be in a meditative state and didn't move at all. The old man named Xie also walked faster and faster during this half a month. Originally, it was impossible for him to persist with his mortal body. However, every time he felt tired, there would be a flow of heat that would spread throughout his body. This caused his fatigue to disappear and his spirit to rise. Just like this, half a month later, he arrived at the foot of Hengyun Mountain. Looking at the towering mountain, the old man named Xie took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with decisiveness as he climbed up the mountain. Step by step, even if his knees were broken, even if blood flowed out, he didn't stop climbing toward the top of the mountain. In his heart, there was always an unfathomable belief that supported him to continue moving forward. In my life, I have always understood the relationship between the heavens and the earth. I have understood everything academically and have taken it upon myself to teach the people of the world. Now that I have reached the age of knowing my destiny, I suddenly had an epiphany. So I am a fish in the water. The old man named Xie's face was filled with bitterness, but his eyes became even brighter. Man is the fish, the sky is the water, Tao is the net, and the one who holds the net is fortune. On this day, he finally climbed to the peak and saw a pair of eyes that contained the sun, moon, and cosmos. Although the old man named Xie was exhausted and the blood on his knees had already scabbed over, when he saw that gaze, it was as if spring thunder was roaring in his ears. It made him feel as if his soul had left his body. He suddenly saw a scene of black and white yin and yang, and he immediately knelt on the ground, as if he was worshipping. Please pass down your Tao to me. Wang Lin calmly looked at the old man named Xie and pondered for a moment. This old man was a highly respected mortal on planet Qingling. This kind of person was different from other mortals. They had their own Tao heart. Although this Tao heart was erratic, it was a real existence. This didn't mean that this kind of person was more suitable to cultivate. Compared to this kind of person, children with clean hearts were more suitable. However, once this kind of person succeeded in cultivating, their cultivation level wouldn't be high, but their understanding of Tao would be extremely deep. Their future path would be even longer. However, this person was already old, and his body couldn't withstand the impact of spiritual energy. It would be difficult for him to cultivate. You don't have much lifespan left. Cultivating Tao is not something that can be done overnight. Have you considered this carefully? Wang Lin's voice was calm. The old man named Xie looked at Wang Lin, and his eyes were filled with determination. He said, I learned poetry at the age of 3, learned poetry at the age of 6, and became famous in the imperial city at the age of 14. However, my heart has always been at a loss. I thought I knew everything and understood human relationships, but I always felt like I was bound by the heavens and earth. When I was old, I resigned from my position and taught students. I thought I would spend my life here and return to the void with this sense of loss and shackles. However, that day when the wind entered my room, it allowed me to find the source of my loss. What is Tao? I had an epiphany beside the river. It was as if there was a force struggling in my heart. Even if I died, I had to come here to seek Tao. Please pass down your Tao to me. Accept me as your disciple. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the old man named Xie. Looking into his eyes, it was as if he could see through this person's mind. He could vaguely see a reincarnation cycle behind this old man. After a long time, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and calmly asked, What's your name? The old man took a deep breath and said, Xie Qing. In my life, I have never had any disciples. Your Tao has a karmic connection with me, so I can accept you as my in-name disciple. I'll give this mountain to you to temporarily cultivate. I won't teach you any Tao spells or spells. I'll only give you a chance to comprehend. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed forward. The yin and yang fish behind him suddenly rotated as if they had fused with his finger and landed between Xie Qing's eyebrows. Xie Qing's body trembled. His eyes were filled with confusion, and he fell to the ground. Wang Lin looked at Xie Qing and waved his sleeve. A mist surrounded his feet, and he disappeared into the horizon. One day later, Xie Qing opened his eyes. His eyes were still filled with confusion. After pondering for a long time, he sat down at the top of the mountain and closed his eyes to comprehend. Wang Lin didn't immediately leave planet Qingling. Instead, he found where the chosen immortal clan was and took out the remaining talisman from his bag of holding. Unfortunately, he didn't find any clues from the chosen immortal clan. They only felt that this talisman was very familiar, but they had no impression of it. While pondering, Wang Lin left. Among the stars, Wang Lin's body didn't merge with the world. Instead, he turned into a ray of light and flew through the sky. His divine sense spread out as he searched for an ideal place to cultivate. Several days later, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. His body flickered and he charged toward a yellow planet. This was a desolate planet with almost no spiritual energy. Wang Lin charged through the thin atmosphere and landed on the ground. The surroundings were filled with miasma. If a mortal breathed in, they would without a doubt die. However, this didn't affect Wang Lin at all. After he landed, he pointed at the ground. The earth rumbled and slowly rose up. A moment later, a mountain appeared out of nowhere. There was a cave that had just formed on the mountainside. Wang Lin stepped forward and entered the cave. He sat down in the lotus position and a shadow appeared behind him. Tashan sat at the entrance of the cave to guard Wang Lin. Tashan's injuries had improved. At this moment, his eyes were like torches as he vigilantly looked around. After Wang Lin sat down, he immediately circulated the origin energy in his body. The black and white yin and yang fishes appeared again and rotated rapidly. As they rotated, all the remaining spiritual energy on this desolate planet gathered toward him. Gradually, the origin energy in Wang Lin's body changed from a colorless state. As the yin and yang fishes rotated faster and faster, Wang Lin's origin energy split into two. It turned into two streams of black and white gas. The white gas stayed in his body, and the black gas surrounded his body, forming a perfect cycle. At this moment, while Wang Lin was cultivating, a middle-aged man was flying toward Wang Lin on a large, red cloud. He was holding a bronze mirror in his right hand, and there was a red line on it that pointed him in the right direction. The middle-aged man was quite handsome. His gaze was calm as he walked on the red cloud at an extremely fast speed. If Wang Lin was here, he would immediately recognize this person. It was Yao Bingyun, the person who tried to save her and her sister in the Dao realm. However, compared to when he was in the Dao realm, although his appearance did not change, one could see the vicissitudes of life in his expression, especially his eyes. Even though they were calm, there was a hidden demonic aura within them. It was like a flame, flickering between bright and dark. I recommend a female-targeted book, Family Heirloom, book number 1559387. There is a direct train in the book. The author is a girl I really admire, and she is also a good friend who I often chat with. My wife also likes her book a lot. Hardcore fans, go and support her. You don't have many advertisements, but every time you do one, you should at least put some effort into it. Let me recommend it to her. If you have a collection or female-targeted book, remember to vote for her. Chapter 851. Wang Lin woke up from his cultivation and suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were shining brightly, and there was a layer of black gas around his body that was invisible to the naked eye. His origin energy had turned into white gas and was rapidly moving through his body several times faster than normal. The Dao realm has entered my body, Wang Lin muttered to himself. As he gained enlightenment, he was no longer confused about his current state, but he comprehended it in his heart. He had experienced the process of the Dao realm entering his body a long time ago, but that was the reincarnation domain. Now he had finally done it. He had completely solidified the karma domain and fused it with his body. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin stood up and appeared outside the mountain. Tashan turned into a shadow and disappeared behind Wang Lin the moment he appeared. With one step, Wang Lin disappeared and merged with the world. When he reappeared, he was among the stars. He didn't stop and disappeared again. First, I need to find Li Yuan and learn the heart restriction spell. If I meet someone blind on the way, I'll summon divine retribution and borrow their power to help me pass the divine retribution. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He had experienced divine retribution several times, so he had long since lost the respect he had for divine retribution. At this moment, he merged with the world and charged toward the southern domain of the Luo Tian. The Li family was in the southern domain on a cultivation planet called Planet Annihilation. Wang Lin merged with the world according to the route Li Yuan had given him. His speed was unimaginable, but with his cultivation level, he couldn't merge with the world for too long. Every time he appeared, he had to take a break. Even so, his speed was far faster than other cultivators who couldn't merge with the world. On this day, when he appeared again, he was in the southern domain of the Luo Tian. He turned into a ray of light and flew forward. Just as he was about to merge with the world, his expression changed. A powerful sense of crisis suddenly filled the area. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and his body flickered. The space he was in suddenly collapsed, and a powerful shockwave spread out. Wang Lin's eyes were cold and calm as he looked into the distance. He saw a red cloud appear in the distance. In an instant, the red cloud condensed into a middle-aged man 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin. "You're Sumu." The middle-aged man had a bronze mirror in his hand. He coldly looked at Wang Lin. The moment he saw the middle-aged man, Wang Lin's heart trembled. He recognized who he was, but he didn't speak. Instead, he took a few steps back. Ripples appeared under his feet as he tried to merge with the void. However, he immediately stopped. The void around him was locked down by a mysterious force, making it impossible for him to merge with it. Wang Lin had already guessed this when the middle-aged man appeared. Now that he had confirmed it, he didn't panic, but calmly looked at him. "Although I don't know the spatial bending spell, I can calculate your location. This place was prepared for you." The middle-aged man's expression was cold, and his voice was even colder. He didn't give Wang Lin a chance to speak. The moment the words left his mouth, the bronze mirror in his hand flashed, and the surrounding void disappeared. It had completely turned into a mirror-like surface. Gather! The middle-aged man's cold voice echoed. Everything within 100,000 feet, including Wang Lin, collapsed into countless fragments. In an instant, the fragments entered the bronze mirror in his hand. He waved his sleeves and walked off into the distance with the bronze mirror. All of this happened in an instant. From beginning to end, the middle-aged man's expression didn't change at all. It was as if taking Wang Lin was a very common thing for him. A hazy mist surrounded the area, and Wang Lin's figure appeared. His body was covered in mist, and a powerful force gathered from all directions. It was as if he was inside a furnace of the world. Wang Lin's eyes were calm and revealed a cold gaze. At this moment, he activated the white gas inside his body and intertwined with the black gas around him. In an instant, the yin and yang fishes appeared around his body. As they rotated, Wang Lin's cultivation took that step. Nirvana Scryer. A thunderous rumble echoed the moment Wang Lin reached the Nirvana Scryer stage. Wang Lin's body floated into the air, and his hair moved without any wind. A powerful aura came from his body, and as the yin and yang fishes rotated, it formed a vortex. This vortex was like a storm that raged like crazy around Wang Lin's body. The large amount of fog in the surroundings immediately retreated as if it was being swept away by the storm. Even the powerful force dissipated as if it didn't dare to get close. Wang Lin's eyes contained the sun and moon, and the black and white gas rotated rapidly around him. It was as if two dragons were intertwining inside the vortex. Their roars echoed across the entire area. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he looked up at the sky. At this moment, Yao Yun's expression was ice cold as he sped through the starry sky. However, his expression suddenly changed in an instant. Large swathes of red clouds had soundlessly appeared in the starry sky. These red clouds were completely different from the clouds beneath his feet. They contained a power that caused even him to feel fearful. This is divine retribution cloud. His pupils suddenly shrank. With his cultivation level, he had reached the early stage of Nirvana cleanser thousands of years ago, but for some unknown reason, his cultivation level had suddenly regressed to the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. Not only that, he seemed to have forgotten a lot of things. In particular, his memories from before he left the Blood God planet were all blurry. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't remember anything. He only vaguely remembered that he had done something that made the old ancestor very unhappy. But in the end, the old ancestor forgave him and didn't punish him. After that, in the thousands of years, his mind was often blurred and his cultivation level regressed greatly. If that was it, it wouldn't be a big deal, but what was even more strange was that every once in a while, he would feel intense pain in his head. This pain was almost unbearable and made him want to go crazy. A killing intent filled his heart, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was trying his best to restrain it, he would have started an endless slaughter. It was as if this was the only way he could vent the pain in his head. At first, he had been able to suppress the feeling, but as time passed, his cultivation base continued to deteriorate, and the pain grew more intense. The desire to slaughter everything in the world grew more and more difficult to suppress. He vaguely knew that all of this must have something to do with what happened to him on the Blood God planet. However, even after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't remember what happened back then. He had once asked Blood God, but in the end, he didn't get an answer. Feeling helpless, he sealed himself in the family's forbidden area and went into closed-door cultivation to try to stop his cultivation from regressing and slowed down the signs of his madness. At the same time, he searched for his lost memories. Time passed like this until not long ago. He received an order from the old ancestor to leave the family's forbidden area to kill a person named Sumu. All the information about this person came from the old ancestor, so he could grasp everything. At this moment, when he saw the divine retribution clouds, his heart trembled violently. Not all of this trembling came from him. A large portion of it came from his soul. It was as if the divine retribution clouds were his mortal enemy. This feeling was extremely intense. In the end, it was so intense that it almost became a stabbing pain, making him feel as if an awl had been stabbed into his head. The intense pain caused his eyes to instantly turn red. A furious roar came out of his mouth, and it reverberated through the world. It turned into a thunderous roar that spread out madly, and a vast amount of origin energy rushed out of Yao Yun's body at that instant. His hair curled up and the veins on his face bulged. His expression was ferocious, and a green light appeared on his face. Another face appeared within the green light. It was a monstrous face with 2 horns on its head. After it appeared, it stared at the tribulation clouds that were rapidly spreading towards them. It opened its mouth and let out a soundless roar. This roar was silent, but it caused the divine retribution cloud to tremble and a large amount of it to collapse. In just an instant, the collapsed divine retribution cloud condensed even faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, the red divine retribution cloud that was tens of thousands of feet wide filled the sky. A bolt of red lightning descended from the sky at an unimaginable speed. The pain on Yao Yun's face became even more intense. At this moment, the demonic figure on his body immediately rushed out and transformed outside Yao Yun's body. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the descending red lightning in one gulp. With a loud bang, the demonic shadow trembled and almost collapsed. At the same time, a large amount of lightning entered Yao Yun's body. Yao Yun's body trembled violently, and the expression of pain on his face became even more intense. A portion of the divine retribution, lightning, also rushed into the copper mirror. Just at this instant, a cracking sound came from the copper mirror. The moment this sound appeared, it continued to spread out. In the misty area, Wang Lin was like a sharp sword that had been drawn out of its sheath. Black and white aura intersected around him as he charged up. The storm formed by the black and white aura howled violently around him. Heavenly chop! A low roar came from Wang Lin's mouth. The black and white aura around his body rapidly condensed into a gray sword chi that pierced through the sky. Boom! A loud sound reverberated through the air as the mirror in Yao Yun's right hand shattered. Countless fragments were sent flying in all directions by a huge impact. Wang Lin's figure stepped out the moment the mirror shattered. There was one more chapter, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 852. Yao Yun didn't even look at the ancient mirror. At this moment, he had already forgotten the ancestors' order. He held his head with both hands and roared in pain. The demonic figure around him withdrew its gaze from the divine retribution clouds and coldly looked at Wang Lin. Ancient demon. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The ancient demon's eyes lit up and its body flickered. It grabbed Yao Yun and quickly retreated, wanting to leave the range of the divine retribution clouds. Just at this moment, a heaven-shaking rumble came from the divine retribution clouds. 4 bolts of lightning descended. 2 of them charged toward Wang Lin, and the other 2 descended toward the ancient demon. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The divine retribution's power was scattered. The moment the 2 bolts of lightning descended, Wang Lin's hands moved in front of him. Black and white gas surrounded him, forming a yin and yang image. The first bolt of red lightning descended and collided with the yin and yang image. Wang Lin's body suddenly retreated as the yin and yang image rotated before him, absorbing the lightning like crazy. Just at this moment, the second divine retribution arrived. As it descended on the yin and yang, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light. His origin soul charged out, turned into the ancient thunder dragon, and opened its mouth to devour. Devouring divine retribution, Wang Lin's origin soul trembled violently. The divine retribution's power echoed within his origin soul, but the ancient thunder dragon was born from lightning. It let out a roar and returned to Wang Lin's body. Lightning arcs appeared around his body as he quickly retreated. However, Wang Lin didn't panic at all. Although the divine retribution was strong, he didn't feel any fear. Not to mention, there was someone beside him sharing half of the divine retribution's power. As for the ancient demon, it continued retreating. The calamity cloud in the galaxy also extended madly. It might have devoured the 2 bolts of heavenly retribution, but its body became even more illusory. It let out a soundless roar and retreated even faster. In fact, the heavenly retribution cloud could not completely envelop it. The ancient demon was about to bring Yao Yun out of the range of the heavenly retribution cloud. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he shouted, "Yao Yun, do you remember Yao Bing Yun and Yao Ming Yun? Do you remember the scene on the Blood God planet when the ancient lamp devoured souls?" Wang Lin's voice was imbued with divine will, and as it spread out, Yao Yun heard it. Yao Yun's pained howl intensified once more, and he actually stopped moving. "Get out of my body!" Blue veins were popping out on Yao Yun's face, and he looked extremely vicious as he clutched his head in pain and let out a roar of rage. "I don't care who you are. Get out of my body!" Yao Yun suddenly raised his head, and the red light in his eyes was filled with madness. It was as if he could see the ancient demon extending out from his body. The ancient demon's expression became even more gloomy. He coldly looked at Wang Lin, but his eyes were filled with coldness. His body flickered, and he no longer retreated. Instead, he extended out from Yao Yun's body and charged toward Wang Lin to devour him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he spat out a mouthful of white gas. This white gas contained an item. It was the celestial sealing stamp. The stamp instantly grew in size and stood before Wang Lin. His right hand formed a seal, and hundreds of thousands of golden runes spread out like crazy toward the ancient demon. Just at this moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky gathered once more. This time, they turned into dozens of bolts of red lightning. Each bolt of lightning was several dozen feet thick, and they carried with them a powerful pressure that seemed like they could collapse space itself. Facing the hundreds of thousands of golden runes and the lightning tribulation, the ancient demon's eyes flashed with a strange light. He spat out a few silent incantations, and in an instant, his body became even more illusory. He actually became blurry at a speed visible to the naked eye. The hundreds of thousands of golden tattoos seemed to lose their target and immediately stopped moving. The divine retribution that was descending from the sky strangely gathered together and changed direction to descend on Wang Lin. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the blurry ancient demon revealed a sinister smile. At this critical moment, Wang Lin didn't panic at all. His right hand reached out, and the golden runes in the sky immediately changed direction and charged toward Wang Lin. They mercilessly sealed Wang Lin. This scene looked like Wang Lin was sealing himself. The dozen bolts of tribulation lightning descended at an extraordinary speed. Just at this instant, there was a flash of light around Wang Lin, and an illusory furnace appeared. The moment the furnace appeared, a powerful ancient god aura spread out. The ancient demon sucked in a breath of cold air and opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "A mere little demon. Wang doesn't even place him in my eyes. Change positions." As Wang Lin sneered, a mysterious force came from the ancient god furnace. In an instant, his figure disappeared, and the blurry ancient demon also disappeared. In the blink of an eye, their positions had completely changed. The moment the ancient demon appeared, hundreds of thousands of golden runes surrounded him. There were also more than 10 bolts of tribulation lightning. Earth-shattering sounds reverberated through the starry sky. Under the envelopment of the hundreds of thousands of seals, the ancient demon was directly struck by all the lightning. Amidst the violent sounds, the ancient demon's body nearly collapsed. In the end, it turned into a demonic mark that pierced through the void and charged toward Yao Yun's forehead. This demonic mark gave off a feeling of extreme weakness. At this moment, Yao Yun's expression became even more ferocious, and he shouted, "Scram!" At this moment, all the origin energy in his body seemed to explode, crazily surging, continuously attacking, trying to prevent the demonic mark from returning. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but he didn't help. Instead, he quickly retreated. The divine retribution hadn't ended and would only become stronger. Since the ancient demon was here, he had to quickly leave. However, just at this instant, Wang Lin's expression changed greatly. At this moment, a bloody aura suddenly appeared in the world. This aura seemed to be unafraid of the divine retribution and forced its way in. A large amount of blood mist silently appeared within 100,000 feet of the area. "It's time to end this." An old voice came from the blood mist. At the same time, a withered arm reached out from behind Yao Yun and grabbed the demonic mark. It ignored Yao Yun's origin energy and pressed it between his eyebrows. Blood God! Wang Lin's pupil shrank. At this moment, inside the Thunder Celestial Temple in the Luo Tian star system, Celestial Lord Shimizu suddenly opened his eyes. After pondering a bit, he let out a cold snort and disappeared without a trace. 8,200 words for 3 chapters, asking for monthly votes. His goal was 1,000 votes. Chapter 853. Large amounts of divine retribution clouds filled the sky, creating a powerful pressure. This pressure was so strong that it caused the surrounding 100,000 feet of space to become part of the divine retribution. The power of the heavenly tribulation had only just begun. The heavenly might and destructive aura contained within this heavenly tribulation far surpassed that of the previous ones. The appearance of these divine retribution clouds not only isolated the surrounding 100,000 feet of space from the rest of the world, but almost all the powerful cultivators in the southern domain of the Luo Tian could feel a violent fluctuation in the world's origin energy. This fluctuation was extremely powerful, as if it could control the origin energy in their bodies. This caused the expressions of all the cultivators to change greatly. They immediately sat down to cultivate and sealed the origin energy in their bodies. The demonic tattoo between Yao Yun's eyebrows flickered. His eyes were filled with confusion, and the ferocious expression on his face gradually disappeared. Even the bulging veins on his face slowly calmed down. However, there was a crazed struggle hidden deep in his eyes. If one had a spell that could see into his heart, they would be able to hear the crazed roars coming from him. Red light gathered in front of him, and in an instant, a person walked out from the blinding red light that could illuminate the entire starry sky. His blood-colored robe was loose, and his red hair moved without any wind. His ancient face contained a hint of demonic light. He was the ancestor of the Yao family, blood god. When he appeared, he casually waved his hand, and the demonic tattoo between Yao Yun's eyebrows became even more dense. Yao Yun's body trembled, and the struggle in his eyes disappeared. Wang Lin's pupil shrank. The moment Blood God appeared, he quickly retreated. His body moved like lightning, and he placed his right hand on his bag of holding. If it wasn't for the fact that the divine retribution prevented him from teleporting or merging with the world, Wang Lin would have left without hesitation. At this moment, he was not slow. He moved like a shadow, and in a flash, he unleashed almost all the power he could muster to retreat madly. Blood God's expression was calm as he looked at the retreating Wang Lin like he was looking at an ant. He raised his right hand, pointed at Wang Lin, and said, "Give me the thing you took out from Wang Yu's body." His voice was calm, but when it came out of his mouth, it turned into bolts of shocking thunder. As it rumbled, it formed an unimaginable explosion of thunder. The explosion of thunder was so fierce that it caused the surrounding world to tremble violently. It was as if Blood God's voice was the might of the heavens. His voice was the voice of the heavens, and no one could resist it. Rumbling filled the starry sky, and even the tribulation clouds in the sky had to retreat a bit. All of this was because of Blood God's voice. His voice contained the power of law. It was as if he could change the law in this area in an instant. Everything had to conform to his will, or else everything would collapse. It was as if Blood God was a true celestial within this area. Absolute words law. Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. To be able to cultivate absolute word's law to such a degree was simply too shocking. He didn't understand the power of Blood God's words that could change the law, but when Wang Lin heard Blood God's words, he clearly felt the terror of tens of thousands of heavenly chops being unleashed at the same time. It was as if everything within the 30,000-meter area was being torn to shreds by that single sentence. His own fleshly body was also being affected, without any warning. The moment Wang Lin said those words, the ancient god furnace appeared around him. Even so, he coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and his face immediately turned pale. This blood god must be injured. There is no way this person can recover in such a short period of time from the shattering star of the youngest ancient god. After he coughed out blood, he retreated even faster and shouted, "With senior status, you are bullying me. Given senior status, you're bullying me. If word of this spreads, the Yao clan's reputation will be ruined." Blood God's expression was cold as he raised his right hand and pointed forward. If you can dodge the old man's celestial spell, consider yourself lucky. As he spoke, there was a flash of red light from his right hand. The red light turned into a blood swallow and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was pale, but as he retreated, he slapped his bag of holding and the celestial mountain appeared in his hand. He had no time to feel heartache, so he threw it and shouted, "Soul explosion!" He had taken the celestial mountain from the greedy wolf. This mountain contained the soul of the mountain, and when he pulled it out, it was extremely powerful. Although the soul hadn't been pulled out yet, the explosion contained within was even more powerful. The instant the blood swallow closed in, a loud bang could be heard as the mountain collapsed and turned into a violent windstorm. This windstorm was extremely powerful, and there were souls within it. In an instant, it turned into a huge vortex, and waves of destructive aura spread out from within it. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to open his mouth and spit out the celestial sealing stamp. His hand formed a seal, and the stamp flew forward. However, just at this moment, a scene that made Wang Lin's pupils shrink appeared before his eyes. The instant the blood swallow collided with the windstorm formed by the collapsing mountain rocks, the blood swallow opened its mouth and casually sucked in. Instantly, the terrifying windstorm seemed to be struck by an unimaginable suction force. It shrank and was sucked into the blood swallow's mouth. All of this happened too fast. The moment the mountain collapsed, the storm disappeared. The blood swallow gave off a dazzling, red glow as it charged toward Wang Lin. At this moment, the mountain was blocking it, so Wang Lin's hands formed seals. Hundreds of thousands of golden runes appeared and gathered toward the blood swallow. However, at that instant, the blood swallow opened its mouth. Immediately, the storm formed by the mountain rock it had just devoured suddenly appeared before it. It was under the blood swallow's control, and it filled the area around it. The destructive power within was like an unimaginable impact, and as intense rumbling sounds rang out, it continuously collided with the golden runes that had gathered around it. What kind of celestial spell is this? The spell that devoured me is normal, but it can still be used after devouring me. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he stared at the blood swallow. He clenched his teeth and slapped his bag of holding. The third god, slaying war chariot, trembled and turned into the five-colored butterfly. The moment the butterfly appeared, Blood God's eyes narrowed and he frowned. At this moment, the blood swallow charged out from the golden runes of the celestial sealing stamp toward Wang Lin. The moment it closed in, the five-colored butterfly gently flapped its wings. Immediately, Shui Yan's eyes shone with bright red light. She stopped in place, opened her mouth, and inhaled deeply. The five-colored butterfly flapped its wings again, and this time, five-colored powder filled the air. The blood swallow let out a fierce cry and charged straight at the butterfly. The god-slaying war chariot, which had turned into a five-colored butterfly, flapped its wings continuously. Every time the blood swallow flew out, it would immediately stop and quickly absorb it. As a result, its speed suddenly slowed down. Blood God's expression was indifferent as he raised his right hand and pointed forward. The blood swallow's blood light became several times more intense. It charged forward as if it had broken through some kind of law and let out a sharp cry as it closed in. The five-colored butterfly flew forward and circled around the blood swallow. As it flapped its wings, five-colored powder filled the air. As it circled the blood swallow, the red light on its body gradually dimmed. In the end, a five-colored light shone from it, and it no longer charged out. Instead, it moved with the butterfly. This scene was too strange, but Wang Lin could clearly see that the light around the five-color butterfly had also dimmed a lot. It was obvious that it was having a difficult time resisting this spell. The blood swallow accompanied the butterfly, but when it got close to Wang Lin, it didn't attack. Instead, it moved with the butterfly and floated around Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to quickly retreat. The celestial sealing stamp followed closely behind him. Blood God let out a cold snort and took a step forward. With this step, the space behind Wang Lin was torn apart, and a gorge that was difficult to cross appeared. A cold wind blew out from the gorge, causing Wang Lin to stop. He stared at Blood God and coldly said, "Could it be that Senior's going back on his word? So what if I'm going back on my word?" Blood God's expression was gloomy. Not only did he stop Wang Lin from retreating, but he also sent a surge of origin energy into the divine retribution clouds in the sky. In almost an instant, the divine retribution clouds gathered even faster. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and large amounts of arcs of lightning spread out. Shortly after, bolts of red heavenly lightning descended. This large amount of heavenly lightning was split in half. One half charged at Blood God and the other half charged at Wang Lin. At this moment, the entire sky was shrouded in this divine retribution lightning. The endless lightning formed a violent surge. Blood God didn't even look at the descending divine retribution lightning. He took a step forward and appeared before Wang Lin. He raised his right hand and casually reached out. This grab was very simple and didn't even contain any spells. However, in Wang Lin's eyes, his mind trembled. It was as if there was no way for him to dodge. As the divine retribution lightning closed in and Blood God reached out, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he roared, "Do you know about ancient demon Beilu?" Blood God's body suddenly stopped, and his eyes gave off a demonic glow. A black gas appeared between his eyebrows and rotated like crazy. A green monster with two horns and a demonic aura came out of it. The moment it appeared, a sharp voice echoed inside Wang Lin's origin soul. "Beilu, where is he? Last night, my child coughed and didn't fall asleep until 4 a.m. From now on, I will never smoke at home. I swear." Chapter 854. The moment this demonic creature appeared, Blood God's body immediately stopped. Wang Lin used this opportunity to quickly retreat. His hands quickly formed a seal. As the dozens of bolts of lightning descended, the ancient god furnace around him trembled and pulled him 1,000 feet to the side. The bolts of lightning lost their target, but they didn't dissipate. Instead, they seemed to have intelligence and changed direction to bombard Wang Lin once more. A distance of 1,000 feet was only an instant for the divine lightning. Although it was extremely fast for Wang Lin, he could still use a spell, Call the Wind. During this crisis, Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He could only rely on this divine retribution. But even so, he only had a small chance of success. Let this divine retribution come even more fiercely. Wang Lin clenched his teeth, and a black wind appeared in his right hand. This black wind was extremely dense and surrounded Wang Lin's body. As the divine lightning closed in, it turned into a black dragon that opened its mouth and spat out a cold wind. This wind could extinguish all life. As it swept through the area, a few bolts of divine lightning collapsed. However, there were still bolts of divine lightning that went through the black wind and headed straight for Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of wisdom. The moment the divine lightning descended, his origin soul rushed out and devoured them like crazy. After devouring 3 bolts of divine lightning, it had to return to his body. At the moment his origin soul entered his body, The remaining bolts of heavenly lightning all arrived. At this moment, the butterfly and blood swallow that were flying around Wang Lin moved to block the incoming bolts of heavenly lightning. As the popping sounds echoed across the world, there were still 3 bolts of heavenly thunder that penetrated through all the seals and closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. His hands formed a seal, and the celestial sealing stamp blocked before him. His body moved, and he entered the celestial sealing stamp. Just as his body entered the celestial sealing stamp, the 3 bolts of divine lightning bombarded him. Boom, boom, boom. Sealing lightning. A muffled roar came from within the celestial sealing stamp. At the same time, the stamp shook violently. Lightning swam across its surface, forming a sea of lightning. Wang Lin's body was forced out, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His right hand reached out and grabbed the celestial sealing stamp. His body flickered as he retreated. The lightning on the immortal sealing stamp had already reached its peak. However, as Wang Lin retreated, he headed directly for the tribulation clouds above. The golden runes on the immortal sealing stamp flickered wildly. Wang Lin knew that it was impossible for him to escape from the blood god. Even if the blood god was injured by the ancient god's broken star, it was still not something he could resist. However, if he could borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation, he might have a chance to escape. The demonic object that came out from between blood god's eyebrows coldly stared at Wang Lin. At this moment, its body shrank back into blood god's body. Blood god's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward. He raised his right hand and directly grabbed at Wang Lin's head. It was obvious that he wanted to extract Wang Lin's soul and search his soul. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as he raised his right hand and shouted, "Call the wind." His strongest spell, Call the Wind, was used for the second time. This time the black wind was even stronger and turned into 2 black dragons before Wang Lin. Before the Nirvana Scryer stage, Wang Lin could only turn into 1 dragon at most. However, now that his cultivation level had increased, the 2 black dragons' tails wrapped around Wang Lin's body. They opened their mouths and blew out a large amount of cold wind. Crackling sounds echoed across the world. This cold wind was extremely strong, and it caused the surrounding space to tremble. At the same time, Wang Lin pointed at the celestial sealing stamp. There was a flash of golden light, and a bolt of lightning quickly condensed and shot toward Blood God. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the celestial sword appeared in his hand. He didn't hesitate to use origin energy to cast Heavenly Chop like crazy. One after another, he had already forgotten how many times he used them. Blood God's expression was calm as he casually closed in. He pointed at the sky, and the bolt of lightning condensed by the celestial sealing stamp collapsed. Blood God pointed down with his right hand, and the hundreds of heavenly chops formed by the heavenly chop collapsed one by one. In the end, Blood God pointed forward, and the cold wind the 2 black dragons spat out shattered. Even the 2 black dragons let out miserable groans as they were cut in half by an unimaginably powerful force. Celestial Emperor by fans Call the Wind is only SOSO. Blood God's eyes shined brightly as his right hand reached toward Wang Lin. At this instant, Shimizu, dare you say my master's name again? A powerful killing intent that seemed like it could tear open a crack in the world suddenly appeared under Blood God's gloomy words. The moment this voice appeared, a thunderous rumble came from the surrounding space. Large amounts of space collapsed as if it couldn't withstand this voice. Not only did space collapse, but even the divine retribution clouds in the sky quickly retreated. Blood God's command law, which was fused with law, was clearly superior compared to this voice. The land of law formed by Blood God's command collapsed in an instant. Even Yao Yun in the distance coughed out blood. His body weakened, and his eyes were filled with terror as he quickly retreated. The entire space was filled with this unimaginable killing intent. Not only that, but all the cultivators in the Luo Tian's southern domain could feel the killing intent from the power of the world. This killing intent was so powerful that many cultivators coughed out blood. Although they weren't dead, they were injured. Blood God, who was at the center of this storm, felt it even more deeply. His pupils shrank. The black dragon before Wang Lin immediately let out a roar and returned to normal. A white-robed young man with flowing black hair and a red right. I slowly walked over. Blood God's expression changed greatly for the first time. Celestial Lord Shimizu. Blood God suddenly withdrew his hand and took a few steps back. He stared at the white-robed young man, and his expression became gloomy. Shimizu had his hands behind his back. His expression was cold and filled with arrogance as he calmly said, "Do you dare to repeat what you just said in front of me?" As he spoke, the red light in Shimizu's right eye was extremely dense. It was as if it contained a destructive force that made him look terrifying. Blood God's eyes lit up, and he said, "Celestial Lord Shimizu, there is no feud between us. If it is because of what the old man said just now, then the old man can take it back. We still have to go to the Alliance star system. At that time, the old man will find a chance to make up for what he said today. However, this child has a grudge against my Yao family, so I hope Celestial Lord won't interfere. Otherwise, it will hurt our relationship." Shimizu's expression was still indifferent as he took a step toward Blood God and calmly said, "My junior apprentice brother isn't skilled enough and provoked someone from your Yao family. But so what? Junior apprentice brother." Blood God was startled, and his expression changed once more. Shimizu's right eye lit up, and he pointed at the sky. A black wind, countless times stronger than the wind Wang Lin had summoned, appeared. This black wind was unimaginably dense, and there were roars coming from within it. In an instant, 6 black dragons appeared within the black wind. These 6 black dragons were all 100,000 feet long. As they filled the sky, it was as if they could occupy everything in the world. They formed a terrifying pressure, and under this pressure, the divine retribution clouds in the sky rapidly retreated. However, as they retreated, more divine retribution clouds gathered. It was as if they were preparing to unleash their strongest attack. Even a single glance at this scene was enough to cause one's heart to palpitate in fear. Since he has learned Call the Wind, he is my teacher's inheritor. With his identity, not even your Yao family's ancestor would dare to touch a single hair on his head. As Qing Shui's cold voice echoed, he pointed at Blood God. The 6 black dragons let out roars and opened their mouths to blow out terrifying, cold winds. Blood God's expression became even more gloomy. Even with his cultivation level, he felt a chill when the cold wind blew by. Although this cold wind was the same as the spell Wang Lin had just used, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. Blood God didn't hesitate and opened his arms. A large amount of red light appeared and turned into blood swallows. There was a total of 99 blood swallows that formed a blood storm and collided with the cold wind. There was a heaven-shaking explosion as the space between Blood God and Shimizu collapsed. Large cracks appeared and extended like a huge ravine. The Blood God's body trembled, and he immediately retreated. He stared at Shimizu and shouted, "Don't be afraid. Shimizu, I respect you as a celestial lord. Don't push me too far. You've been asleep for too long. Have you become muddle-headed? Even if this Su Mu learned Call the Wind, how could he be your junior apprentice brother? Besides, he killed many third-generation members of my Yao family. So, it is only right that I kill him. Shimizu, the old man is not afraid of you, so don't force me." Blood God didn't know that Shimizu had always felt guilty toward his teacher. This feeling was very strong in Shimizu's heart, but he would never have the chance to repay this guilt. After he awakened, he saw Wang Lin use Call the Wind. When his memories were awakened during his battle with Master Flames Park, he felt a trace of complex emotions toward Wang Lin. Even if he really did something wrong, it's up to me to teach him a lesson for teacher. You don't have the qualifications. Celestial Lord Shimizu was indifferent as the cold wind spat out by the 6 black dragons around him. This time, the 6 black dragons intertwined with each other and fused into one. As the gigantic black dragon roared, there was no cold wind blowing. Instead, a large amount of rain fell. In an instant, everything within a radius of 500 kilometers was enveloped in a haze of rain. Summon the rain. There were less than 80 votes left to reach 1,000. Hopefully, the monthly votes would reach 1,000. Chapter 855. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the raindrops were like crystals that emitted a beautiful glow. As the raindrops spread out, a dense killing intent immediately spread out. However, the strange thing was that the raindrops around Wang Lin's body were like a curtain of rain. Not only did they not feel cold, but they also felt warm as they flowed into Wang Lin's body, causing the large amount of origin energy in his body to slowly recover. Wang Lin stared at everything in front of him in a daze. Shimizu's words entered his heart. Wang Lin was silent. His gaze was still on Shimizu. Deep in his heart, there was an indescribable feeling. This feeling was very unfamiliar to him. It was as if it hadn't appeared in his heart for a very long time. He only vaguely remembered that when he was on Suzuku, Dun Tian of the Soul Refining Sect gave him this feeling. He only remembered that Situ Nan, who was like a teacher and a friend, gave him the same feeling. He only remembered that when he was at the soul formation stage, he met Tian Yunzi for the first time, who gave him this indescribable feeling. It was the same for Zhou Yi. In Wang Lin's life, he adhered to the principle that if others don't offend him, he won't offend them. At the same time, if someone did him a favor, even if it was only a little, it would be something that Wang Lin would treasure in his heart. Wang Lin remembered Dun Tian's kindness. In his heart, he would always carry forward the soul refining sect. Wang Lin remembered Situ's kindness. He didn't hesitate to give away something as precious as the god-slaying war chariot. If Situ was in trouble, Wang Lin knew that even if his body was crushed into pieces, as long as there was a chance to save Situ, he would choose to save him instead of retreating. Because Situ was his benefactor, Wang Lin hadn't forgotten Zhou Yi's kindness. In order to repay this kindness, he had done too much. Tian Yunzi had also helped him when he was at the soul formation stage. It was because of this kindness that Wang Lin wasn't able to make a decisive decision even after finding all the clues. It wasn't until everything was right before him that he had no choice but to walk the path of resisting Tian Yunzi. However, there was a trace of sadness in the depths of his heart that couldn't be resolved. Right now, Shimizu was standing in front of him, blocking Blood God Sun and the heavenly tribulation for him. All of this was because of a spell that didn't even exist. Blood God Sun's expression was extremely gloomy. At this moment, the rain that filled the surrounding 500 kilometers made his heart tremble. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of Shimizu like he said. In reality, a few months ago, inside Wang Yu's body, the attack from the Shattered Star had caused him extremely serious injuries. However, he had forcefully suppressed it and used a secret technique to heal his injuries, allowing him to recover a little. However, if he were to face Qing Shui, his injuries would become his greatest threat. This was only one of the reasons. As the ancestor of a cultivation family that came from the celestial realm, he had very complicated feelings about celestials. This was especially so for this Shimizu. He clearly remembered the description of this person in the family's records. This person was someone that even his ancestor had to treat with respect. Shimizu's fame was too great. Even if Blood God wasn't injured, he wasn't confident he could defeat Shimizu. Moreover, at their cultivation levels, if they did fight, it would be a heaven-shattering battle. At this moment, the raindrops in an area of 500 kilometers suddenly moved and whistled sharply through the air. They contained unimaginably dense energy of the heavens and the earth, and it was even to the extent that a trace of the purest energy of the immortal dimension was concealed within them. These countless raindrops were like countless swords that charged at Blood God like crazy. Every drop of rain contained a terrifying aura. Just one drop was enough to destroy the body of a peak ascendant cultivator. 10 drops, Yin dies. 100 drops, corporeal Yang dies. More than 1,000 drops, and even Nirvana Scryer cultivators had to retreat. These countless raindrops seemed to be able to penetrate all laws. Even Blood God's mind trembled when facing these countless raindrops. His eyes lit up and he raised his hand. With a wave of his hand, a thunderous rumble echoed. The moment this thunderous rumble appeared, it was as if it could split the heavens and earth. The thunderous rumble was shocking and continued to come from Blood God's body. As the rumble echoed, a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Blood God. In an instant, it turned into a thunderous gust, using thunder to send sound, using sound to move the air, and creating wind out of nowhere. This was the famous thunderous wind in the Thunder Celestial realm, the celestial spell sound of wind. There was a detailed chant for this spell on the 8th floor of Wang Lin's collection pavilion. Blood God's expression was gloomy as his right hand pointed at the sky. The thunderous wind around him swept the area like crazy. The raindrops immediately collided with the thunderous wind, creating a thunderous rumble. At this moment, the area within 500 kilometers was filled with thunderous rumbles. Wave after wave of impact scattered and stirred up the origin energy in the area, causing a large amount of collapse. Countless raindrops were pushed back and gathered by the thunderous wind. After they fused, they formed a large curtain of water that surrounded Blood God. The thunder contained within the thunderous wind intersected with the raindrops, creating a large amount of thunder that spread out. In an instant, the area within 500 kilometers became a thunder hell. Celestial spell, sound of wind. Shimizu's expression was indifferent as he calmly said, "Rain seal." The moment those two words left his mouth, the countless raindrops within 500 kilometers gave off an extremely cold aura. In almost an instant, they all turned into ice crystals. As they spread, crackling sounds echoed, and they immediately turned into ice. As the thunderous wind roared, the raindrops actually froze inch by inch the moment they touched it. In an instant, the wind seemed to become solid and was frozen like an ice dragon. At this instant, Blood God's hands formed a seal without hesitation. Origin energy from all directions penetrated the ice and gathered to form a fist-sized ball before him. The moment the ball appeared, Blood God's right hand formed a seal and pressed on the ball. A ripple spread out and the ball turned into a crane. It had a red crown, golden feet, and feathers as white as snow. The crane immediately flew into the air and circled around Blood God. Blood God didn't stop at all. Endless origin energy gathered, and in the blink of an eye, cranes appeared under Blood God's spell. There were 9 cranes. As the 9 cranes rotated, Blood God shouted, "Shimizu, my Yao family ancestor spell is Thunder Wind. It is not as good as your Call the Wind spell, but over the countless years, my Yao family ancestor has created a spell." The eyes of the 9 immortal cranes turned red in an instant, and a dense demonic aura emanated from their bodies. Like a storm, the surrounding ice layer actually showed signs of collapsing under this demonic aura. This demonic energy was too dense. Blood God's hair fluttered and a red vortex appeared between his eyebrows. As it rotated, even more demonic energy came from his body. At this moment, Blood God no longer looked like a cultivator, but an ancient demon that had its body taken over. Celestial spell, Crane Cry. The demonic light in Blood God's eyes shined brightly like a lamp. As he roared, the 9 cranes circled Blood God and let out cries. The cries of the cranes were too ear-piercing and extremely sharp. The 9 cranes cried out at the same time, immediately forming a storm of sound. It turned into an unimaginable power that wildly reverberated in the air. Bang, 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 bang. The surrounding ice began to collapse, transforming into countless shards that shot out in all directions. Not only that, but the collapse of the ice continued to spread. In the blink of an eye, all of the ice crystals in the surrounding 500 kilometers began to collapse. At this moment, it was as if the entire world was shrouded by the extreme cries. This sound was too strong, like needles shooting out, causing everything around it to disintegrate. Just at this moment, one of the cranes let out a cry and exploded into countless white feathers. The cries of the cranes were even stronger and contained powerful force as they charged out. Then, another crane exploded. Almost in an instant, all 9 cranes had self-destructed. Countless feathers shot out in all directions, forming a great technique that covered an area of 1,000 miles. Shimizu's gaze was still cold as he slowly said, "This spell is not bad." "Is it just not bad?" "The old man's Yao family spell isn't over yet." Panicked grass and tree soldiers. Blood God's eyes revealed a demonic glow as he let out a roar. His red robe fluttered and his hands formed a seal. He waved them to the side, and the entire world seemed to darken. Panicked grass and tree soldiers. The countless feathers that shot out in all directions immediately emitted demonic chi. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into many different magical treasures. In panicked grass and tree soldiers, the word soldiers meant weapons. At this moment, this spell caused the sky to change colors and the clouds to gather. It was as if the entire world was going to collapse, and it continued to spread. 500 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers, 50,000 kilometers. This spread was extremely crazy, and it spread with Blood God at the center. If he was allowed to continue like this, the southern domain of the Luo Tian would face a catastrophe. His spell reached its peak and closed in on Qing Shui. At this moment, the divine retribution clouds that were gathering above the star system finished their final contraction. At this moment, a large amount of the divine retribution clouds gathered toward the center and turned into 7-colored lightning. This lightning hadn't even appeared yet, but it gave off a force that made one's heart tremble. In an instant, this 7-colored lightning descended, and it wasn't just one bolt, but 7 bolts. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. 7 bolts of lightning descended as the divine retribution clouds gathered. The power contained within this divine retribution lightning was extremely destructive. There's good news, hee. At the end of the next chapter, I'll paste it on the back. Chapter 856. Panic at the slightest sound. You don't even have true celestial origin energy, and you dare to call yourself a self-created celestial spell? Shimizu's eyes were filled with disdain. He didn't even look at the countless feather weapons around him. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Wang Lin. He raised his head and looked at the 7 bolts of rainbow-colored lightning descending from the sky. At this moment, the first bolt of heavenly lightning flashed with scarlet light. With a loud rumbling sound, it descended with incredible speed and speed. However, the moment the red lightning descended, Shimizu's right eye flashed with a bright red light. It was like a big red mouth that swallowed the red lightning in one gulp. Shimizu's right eye flashed with a bright red light as he charged forward toward the second bolt of lightning, the orange lightning. He swallowed the orange lightning without hesitation. The red light in Shimizu's right eye became even more intense as he continued to swallow. The 7 bolts of rainbow-colored lightning didn't stop at all. The moment Wang Lin's pupils shrank, they were all swallowed by the thing formed by Shimizu's right eye. Arcs of lightning surrounded Qing Shui's body, making him even colder. An extremely dangerous aura spread out from his body, and his right eye released an unimaginable red light. This red was like blood, and it contained extreme power. Anyone who saw it would feel their mind tremble. Not bad. It can help my G realm recover. Shimizu turned around and looked at Wang Lin. Although his gaze was still cold, there was something different about it. Call the wind, summon the rain, magic arsenal. These are the first 3 spells of Master's spell. Now watch carefully. Shimizu raised his right hand, formed a seal, and pointed forward. His eyes were filled with reminiscence. I only need a short while to comprehend the call, the wind technique. Summon the rain only took me a month or so. However, I spent a full 100 years comprehending magic arsenal before I was able to refine it. Qing Shui let out a sigh, and his right hand released the seal. He casually waved his hand. It was as if a crystalline light had silently appeared before him with a wave of his right arm. This caused the countless treasures formed by the blood god's spells to stop. As Wang Lin looked at them, one of the crystal lights released a dazzling light and turned into an old man. The moment this old man appeared, a powerful death aura surrounded him. In addition, a powerful origin energy spread out, giving this old man a strange feeling. Ancient cultivator Meng Mu. I killed him before the celestial realm. At this moment, a crystal light flashed and turned into a young man. This young man had delicate features and also gave off an aura of death. However, there was a powerful killing intent coming from him. Ancient cultivator Kong ran. I killed him before the celestial realm. Ancient cultivator Lu Jie. I killed him before the celestial realm. As Qing Shui's voice echoed, the specks of light dissipated and turned into figures. Each of them was surrounded by death aura, but each of them gave off an aura that caused Wang Lin's mind to tremble violently. Rank 5 Heaven Celestial Chun Feng. I killed this person in the battle of the celestial realm. Rank 8 Heaven Celestial Ro Dai. I killed this woman in the battle of the defection celestial realm. Rank 3 Celestial King Sheng Tianho. I killed this person in the battle of the wind celestial realm. Rank 7 Celestial King Yun Meng. I killed this woman in the battle of Zhulu. Shimizu's expression was filled with reminiscence. As he casually spoke, the illusionary souls that walked out from the crystal lights not only caused Wang Lin's eyes to widen, but also shocked Blood God. That was especially true of the souls of the Celestials. Practically every single one of them was filled with powerful killing intent and resentment. It was as if they had died with grievances, as if they were unwilling to enter the cycle of reincarnation. The instant they appeared, the starry sky seemed to have turned into purgatory. Rank 9, Celestial King Yao Haiqing. I killed this person in the battle of celestial spells. The soul of a celestial that looked similar to Blood God appeared. The death aura around his body was even stronger, and the moment it appeared, Blood God's expression changed greatly. Rank 1 Celestial Lord Lu Yun. I killed this person in the battle of celestial lords. Rank 3 Celestial Lord Chowda. I killed this person in the battle of celestial lords. Rank 5 Celestial Lord Chen Han. I killed this person in the battle of rebellion. Rank 7 Celestial Lord Hua Hanzi. I killed this person in the battle of the ancient passage. Rank 9 Celestial Lord Qing Shuang's avatar from the Rain Celestial Realm. I killed her avatar in the battle of the Thunder and Rain Celestials. One by one, the crystal lights disappeared and figures appeared. These figures were extremely real, and they were filled with unimaginable killing intent and resentment. In an instant, countless celestial souls appeared before Shimizu. Wang Lin didn't doubt the identity of these people. When he saw the figure of Qing Shuang, a huge wave was set off in his heart. In my life, I have killed too many people. This magic arsenal spell requires me to refine all the killing in my heart, so that the souls of those I kill can be extracted from the void of reincarnation so that they can't enter the reincarnation cycle. Then I can refine their souls into my life and achieve small success in the magic arsenal spell. Shimizu's voice was very calm, but there was a monstrous killing intent in this calmness. Even Wang Lin was shocked by Shimizu's accomplishments. As Shimizu's voice echoed, the countless celestial souls before him released a powerful aura that could turn the world upside down. They all charged toward Blood God. Blood God's face was devoid of blood. He didn't expect the magic arsenal technique recorded in his family's records to be so horrifying. What kind of celestial emperor is this? This is clearly a devil emperor. Blood God quickly retreated. Everything before him made his scalp go numb. The family records had recorded the life of one of the ancestors, Yao Haiqing. Although it wasn't very detailed, it didn't mention that Yao Haiqing had died to Shimizu. Blood God's eyes were red, and a demonic light flashed between his eyebrows as he roared. Plan attack. The surrounding feather weapons all charged out toward the celestial souls. In an instant, Rumbling sounds could be heard everywhere within a radius of 1,000 miles, forming an unimaginable storm that swept outwards. This level of battle affected the entire Luotian southern domain. The collapse of space reached an uncontrollable state. Thunderous rumbles echoed and spread across the entire Luotian southern domain. As a result, if this continued for too long, a calamity would appear, and it couldn't be changed. Yao Yin had been constantly retreating. His body was covered in a demonic light as he resisted Blood God. However, his cultivation level wasn't enough. After being continuously injured, he became dispirited. Even the demonic creature inside his body was on the verge of collapsing. Thunderous rumbles echoed as Blood God's spells crumbled one by one. All the weapons formed by the feathers shattered without any resistance. Blood God continued to retreat as a celestial soul closed in on him. The soul exploded, creating a powerful shockwave that smashed into Blood God's body. It wasn't just one. Countless celestial souls gathered around Blood God. The powerful killing intent caused fear to appear in Blood God's eyes for the first time. He hadn't felt the threat of death in a long time. In particular, the few souls that were clearly celestial lords when they were alive made Blood God even more afraid. Each of those celestial lord souls had extremely powerful auras. If it was just one, Blood God could easily destroy it. Even if it was two, it would be the same. However, he was injured and had Shimizu beside him, so he couldn't help but be in a sorry state. "Shimizu, do you want to kill me?" Blood God's expression was ferocious as he quickly waved his sleeves. Large amounts of origin energy surged out in a way that could collapse space itself and change law. "So what if I kill you?" Shimizu took a step forward, and his right hand reached at the void. A cold aura appeared and turned into a mass of black gas. Blood God's eyes were filled with decisiveness as he retreated. With one step, he arrived next to Yao Yun and pointed at the spot between his eyebrows. Yao Yun's eyes bulged, and his body rapidly shrank. In an instant, it was as if all his flesh and origin soul had been devoured by something inside his body. A miserable scream came from his mouth, and Yao Yun's eyes became bloodshot. However, at this moment, the confusion and turbidity in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with unprecedented clarity. The ancient demon shadow appeared above his head, but it was much more corporeal than before. It flew out of Yao Yun's body as if it had devoured a tonic. During this process, Yao Yun's body rapidly deteriorated. He was already a bag of bones. His flesh, blood, yuan qi, and even his primordial spirit had all been sucked away and fused into the ancient phase body. Yao Yun's eyes became even more clear, and he revealed a bitter smile. He remembered the memories that he couldn't find for thousands of years. The Yao family is no longer here. His body fell from space, and the ancient demon soul rushed out from his body. It contained dense demonic energy and entered Blood God's body. All of this happened in an instant. After Blood God absorbed the ancient demon soul, his body was filled with demonic energy. His eyes revealed a ghostly glow as he waved his sleeves and tore the void with his right hand. With a ripping sound, a long crack appeared in the void, and an ancient lamp slowly floated out from within. "Shimizu, since you're courting death, then don't blame the old man for killing a celestial." Blood God's expression was terrifying. A giant ancient demon dozens of feet tall suddenly appeared above him. Its blood-red eyes stared at Shimizu and let out a silent roar. The Renegade Celestial was going to be made into a web-based game. It was expected to be completed by the end of the year. At that time, he could go play it. "I'm so tired today. After updating, I have to go to the hospital. My wife and daughter are on infusions, so I have to go take care of them. I wonder if I can get 1,000 votes today." Chapter 857. Shimizu's expression was still indifferent. He didn't look at Blood God, but at the illusory demon that stretched out from Blood God's body. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. His right eye was currently flickering with a red light. It gave off an extremely dark red color, and a dense killing intent surged out. With one step, Shimizu suddenly took a step forward. The black mist in his right hand immediately expanded to more than 30 feet tall and shot toward Blood God. Blood God pointed at the ancient lamp with a ferocious expression. He wasn't the only one who moved. Even the ancient demon that stretched out from his body raised its giant demonic claw and pointed at the ancient lamp. There was still a ball of fire burning on the ancient lamp. Not far away, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed when the ancient lamp appeared. He could clearly see the shadow of a woman struggling in the center of the ancient lamp. A silent sadness seemed to fill the sky as the fire burned. Under the command of Blood God's finger, the ancient lamp's fire became even more intense. In an instant, the shadow of an ancient demon appeared. This ancient demon looked almost exactly the same as the demonic creature around Blood God's body, but the unimaginably powerful aura it gave off was far stronger than the demonic creature around Blood God's body. It was like a firefly and the bright moon. This is the true body. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, but he understood everything. The demon above the ancient lamp was the true body of the ancient demon. As for the things inside Blood God and Yao Yun, they were all avatars of the ancient demon. Blood God let out a ferocious roar. Demonic flame devours the god. As he roared, the flames on the ancient lamp scattered and the true body of the ancient demon charged out with a roar. At this instant, a large amount of demonic energy filled the air. Not only this place, but the entire Luo Tian southern domain was shrouded in endless demonic energy. It was as if an ancient aura had awakened beneath the starry sky. The demonic energy caused the origin energy of countless cultivators in the southern domain of the Luo Tian southern domain to become unstable. Some of the fierce beasts on the cultivation planets became excited and began to absorb this demonic energy like crazy. As the ancient demon charged out, its body was covered in flames. Its giant claw reached out toward Shimizu. This claw contained an aura even more tyrannical than law. All law dissipated before it. The flames on its body were demonic flames that hadn't been extinguished for tens of thousands of years and could burn everything in the world. Shimizu's eyes became serious. As he charged out, he threw the black mist in his right hand. At the same time, there was a flash of red light in his right eye. He used the G realm without hesitation. A bolt of red lightning shot out from his right eye. The appearance of the G realm caused all the dust in the starry sky to retreat and all living things to tremble in fear. The dense demonic chi in the area suddenly collapsed. It was absorbed by the extreme coldness and rapidly dissipated. It was as if all of this was nothing in front of the Lammeter. The red bolt of lightning contained an extremely terrifying aura and all of Shimizu's killing intent. It formed a storm of G-realm that moved at an unimaginable speed toward the demon above the ancient lamp. The ancient demon's eyes revealed a hint of shock, but its right claw didn't retreat and directly grabbed the G-realm. At this moment, the rumbling sounds of collapse reverberated in the air. The ancient demon's right claw immediately shattered. The moment the G-realm entered his body, it collapsed. This collapse was not only limited to the ancient demon's right claw, it spread like crazy along his entire body. Almost in an instant, the ancient demon's huge body completely collapsed with a bang. However, the instant the ancient demon collapsed, the flames on the ancient lamp burned crazily and formed the ancient demon's silhouette once again. Although it was slightly dim, there was a red light flickering between the ancient demon's brows. If one took a closer look, they could see that there was a trace of the G-realm's power within the red light. All the primitive divine powers in this world are derived from the teachings of the ancient demon clan. Only the power that contains a trace of the way of heaven doesn't belong to the ancient demon clan. However, this power now belongs to me. An ancient voice echoed across the world. The ancient demon's eyes revealed a demonic glow as a red light flashed between its eyebrows. It turned into a bolt of lightning and charged toward Shimizu. However, the moment this red bolt of lightning appeared, it immediately collapsed under Qing Shui's gaze. It formed a powerful shockwave that quickly spread out. Shimizu's expression was cold as he raised his right hand and calmly said, Sumu, watch carefully. This is the fourth form of Master's 6 great spells, Landslide. The eyes of the ancient demon formed by the ancient lamp were filled with demonic energy. Its huge body quickly retreated and grabbed the blood god. Its huge body immediately drilled into the blood god's body. In an instant, a painful roar came from the blood god's mouth. The veins on blood god's face bulged, and he revealed an extremely painful expression. It was as if there was a heart-wrenching pain on his body. His red hair moved without any wind and quickly grew longer. 2 illusory horns appeared on blood god's forehead. At the same time, a green light surrounded blood god's body. He no longer looked like a cultivator, but an ancient demon. Dense demonic aura came from his body. Blood god's eyes were no longer focused, only a demonic glow. He let out a roar and charged toward Shimizu. Shimizu's expression was serious. His right eye flashed red. Just as he was about to attack, his expression suddenly changed and he looked up. At this moment, even Wang Lin immediately raised his head. He could vaguely feel the aura of origin descending from the sky. This aura wasn't strong, but Wang Lin felt like he could disintegrate his body into origin power with just a thought. This is the third step. Wang Lin's expression changed greatly. Even Blood God, who had entered a state of madness, looked up with a change in expression. Enough! A calm voice came from the sky. Shortly after, a figure made of countless specks of starlight appeared between Shimizu and Blood God with one step. The moment the illusory figure appeared, this person raised his hand and casually waved it at Blood God. Blood God immediately coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and the ancient demon inside his body was blasted out. It was shocked as it stared at the illusory figure. Ancient demon, I don't care if you borrow the power of the Yao family to restore your demon body, but if you cause the Luo Tian to kill you and affect your entry into the Alliance, I'll extinguish your immortal demonic flame. This person's voice was calm, but there was an aura that could make one's mind tremble. At this moment, Wang Lin felt like he had returned to 1,000 years ago when he was still a mortal and saw a cultivator. Powerful, unimaginably powerful. He couldn't resist, and even his unyielding thoughts were about to be completely extinguished. In this one sentence, everything was revealed. Celestial Lord Shimizu, the celestial realm has shattered. This is the Luo Tian star system. The figure turned around and looked at Shimizu. This gaze was like a demon. It had no power, but it created a series of thunderous rumbles around Shimizu. It was as if the entire world had to submit to this voice. There was no room for resistance. Shimizu's gaze was still cold as he stared at the figure. After a long time, he let out a cold snort and didn't speak. The figure was blurry, and it was impossible to see his appearance. After he finished speaking, he spread his arms, and his body turned into countless specks of light. As Wang Lin's pupils shrank, the collapsed star system quickly returned to normal. Not only that, but as the specks of light disappeared, the specks of light filled the entire southern domain of the Luo Tian star system. All the destruction caused by this battle was reversed. Even some of the fierce beasts on the cultivation planets that had absorbed demonic energy had their demonic energy silently dissolved. If the two of you attack again, I'll kill both of you. After leaving behind these calm words, the specks of light disappeared as if nothing had happened. However, these last words contained an extremely dense killing intent that could make all living beings in this world tremble. Just a little bit of that killing intent was enough to make the world change colors. If it was all revealed, it could even make the starry sky disappear. Blood God silently pondered for a moment before grabbing the ancient lamp. He didn't even look at Shimizu as he merged with the world and disappeared. Only Shimizu and Wang Lin remained. Wang Lin's shock still hadn't calmed down. He would never forget this kind of shock. Wang Lin was certain that the figure was a third-step cultivator. This person's appearance didn't cause any ripples, but the fear in his soul was so strong that it wouldn't dissipate at all. It was as if the entire star system and the southern domain of the Luo Tian star system could collapse with just one thought. Wang Lin closed his eyes. After a long time, he suppressed the shock in his heart and clasped his hands at Shimizu. He respectfully said, "Thank you, Senior, for saving me. I'll remember this kindness." Shimizu looked into the distance, and his eyes were filled with melancholy. After a long time, this melancholy dissipated. He looked at Wang Lin and calmly said, "No need to thank me. I don't care how you learn Call the Wind. Since you have learned it, you are teacher's disciple. I, Shimizu, have no worries in the Luo Tian star system. Perhaps meeting you was teacher's arrangement. Your body hasn't formed celestial origin yet, and without the celestial pool, you won't be able to form celestial origin. Right now, the 108 celestials of the Thunder Celestial Temple and the 36 Big Dipper celestials have a chance to enter the celestial pool. You can fight for it." Chapter 858. If you succeed, then I'll teach you Summon the Rain and Magic Arsenal. If not, then you have no fate with these two celestial spells. I'll save you once, and it can be considered a chance for you to meet Master, to summon the wind. Do your best." Shimizu looked at Wang Lin and hesitated for a bit before raising his right hand. A drop of crystal clear rain appeared and floated before Wang Lin. This thing contains 3 uses of Summon the Rain. Keep it for self-defense. Shimizu turned around and walked into the void. He gradually disappeared into the distance. At the moment he disappeared, the melancholy in his eyes became even stronger, and he muttered, "This person is stronger than Master. However, I feel a very familiar feeling from him. I must have met him before." Wang Lin looked at Shimizu's disappearing figure and silently pondered for a long time. Then he bowed, grabbed the ice drop, and disappeared without a trace. That person must be a third-step cultivator. The Luo Tian star system actually has such a cultivator. Wang Lin merged with the world and flew toward the Li Yuan family. I just don't know if there are third-step cultivators in the Alliance star system. This person is too strong. Even Nirvana Shatterer cultivators can't resist him. Wang Lin's figure appeared among the stars and his eyes shined brightly. However, I saw the direction of the third step from the heaven-defying bead. One day, Wang Lin's eyes shined even brighter. He took a step forward and merged with the world once more. He used spatial bending to leave. In the southern domain of the Luo Tian star system, in a remote star system, there was a cultivation planet named Annihilation. A long time ago, its name was not only famous in the southern domain of the Luo Tian star system, but it was famous across the entire Luo Tian star system. The ancient restriction family in the land of inheritance, the Leaf family. After mastering the Annihilation restriction, the Leaf family was extremely powerful and was once famous across the Luo Tian star system. However, countless years later, the Leaf family declined and the Annihilation restriction was leaked. This caused the Leaf family to fall from its peak. Not much of the Leaf family's glory remained. They only existed in memories, but they were covered in dust and no longer shined. As the members of the Li clan withered away, their memories gradually became blurry, as if they no longer existed. Planet Annihilation had become desolate. No cultivators came here. If the Li family hadn't left a great restriction formation on Planet Annihilation over the years, Planet Annihilation wouldn't have been able to remain intact. On Planet Annihilation, in the Li family's ancestral home, Li Yuan's expression was dejected as he stared ahead. He was very grateful to Su Mu for the trip to the Thunder Celestial Realm, especially when Su Mu had sent him away and stayed. "Brother Su, it's not that I don't want to help the Yao family. It's just that I'm powerless." Li Yuan had a bitter expression. He wanted to help, but with his cultivation level, not only would he be useless against the Yao family, he would only be a burden. After letting out a sigh, Li Yuan stood up and walked out of the room. He looked at the sky, and the scenes from the Thunder Celestial Realm flashed through his mind. "Brother Su, if you can come, I won't hold back and will teach you the Annihilation restriction," Li Yuan muttered to himself. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he stared at the sky. A moment later, his eyes were filled with joy. A ripple suddenly appeared in the sky and spread out. It was as if the sky had become a spring, and those ripples were the ripples. Wang Lin's figure walked out from the ripples. He was in the air and immediately saw Li Yuan on the ground. He faintly smiled and stepped forward. In the Li family's ancestral home, inside a black pool, Wang Lin and Li Yuan were sitting in the lotus position. The water in the pool was bone-chilling and a vortex slowly appeared. However, this vortex was very weak. As it rotated around the two of them, it created ripples. Li Yuan's eyes were closed, and a black light appeared between his eyebrows. After it spread out, it turned into black lines that entered the pool. The moment these black lines touched the pool, they were like dragons entering the sea. They began to churn violently and set off even bigger ripples in the pool. Wang Lin sat across from Li Yuan. The two of them had been cultivating here for 3 days. 3 days ago, Wang Lin had come to Planet Annihilation to catch up with Li Yuan. Then, Li Yuan had invited him here to inherit the Annihilation Restriction. This Annihilation Restriction could only display its full power with the Heart Restriction. However, this Heart Restriction could only be inherited in the Li family's ancestral home. Otherwise, it couldn't be inherited. The black lines that came out of Li Yuan's eyebrows merged with the pool. After churning for a while, they disappeared as if they had become one with the pool. At the same time, the black pool water around Wang Lin's body moved up his body and finally solidified between his eyebrows. Time passed slowly. Li Yuan looked exhausted. In his family, inheriting the heart restriction was something that the ancestors of his family would only use before they died to pass on to a specific family member. Now, to repay his kindness, he didn't hesitate to give half of the heart restriction inheritance to Wang Lin. On the 5th day, Li Yuan seemed to have aged a lot. It was as if these 5 days were 50 years to him. The black light between his eyebrows was dim and weak. More than half of it had turned into black lines and merged with the pool water. The whirlpool in the pool water became more intense. As it rotated, it gradually became like a storm. Dragging his exhausted body, Li Yuan walked out of the pool water and sat down cross-legged. Looking at Wang Lin in the pool water, he muttered, "Brother Su, I've repaid your kindness." He closed his bloodshot eyes. His entire body was filled with fatigue as he sat down to cultivate. To repay his kindness, he had sacrificed a lot. He had given away a large portion of the heart restriction, which had caused his restriction cultivation base to drop a lot. As Wang Lin sat cross-legged in the pool water, the whirlpool in the pool water became more intense. On the 6th day, the whirlpool formed a storm that caused the pool water to rise. As it rose, it enveloped Wang Lin. Cold air spread out, and frost appeared around him. There were even some places that were frozen. As the black water continued to rotate, black lines entered between Wang Lin's eyebrows. They formed a complex pattern that quickly imprinted layer by layer. At this moment, Wang Lin seemed to have entered a very strange state. Everything about the annihilation restriction appeared in his mind. He compared it with all the restrictions he had learned before and fused them one by one. As for the various mysteries of formations and restrictions, under the continuous imprinting of the black line, his mind became more and more profound and clear. On the 9th day, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, the black whirlpool around him collapsed, and a large amount of cold air exploded out. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. This light was filled with countless restrictions. At this moment, it was as if his eyes could see through all the restrictions in the world. He raised his right hand and pointed forward. All the black water that was spreading out trembled and quickly gathered toward Wang Lin's palm to form a small, black ball. This ball shined with a strange, cold light. It was as if the entire ancestral hall was shrouded in a gloomy light. Staring at the small, black ball, Wang Lin closed his eyes. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes and slapped his bag of holding. A large amount of dirt flew out. He had collected all of this dirt in the Thunder Celestial Realm under Li Yuan's guidance. When the dirt flew out, Wang Lin waved his left hand, and all of it entered the small, black ball. The small ball gradually solidified. Just at this moment, Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of essence origin energy that collided with the small ball. The black light from the small ball became even more intense, and under Wang Lin's gaze, it gradually shrank and changed shape until it became an octagonal compass. Every generation's inheritor of the annihilation restriction must have their own heart restriction compass. Congratulations, Brother Su. On the side, Li Yuan opened his tired eyes and revealed a look of joy. This joy was very sincere, and there was no falsehood in his eyes. The compass in Wang Lin's hand entered his palm and then disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin arrived before Li Yuan and clasped his hands. Brother Li, thank you. Li Yuan smiled and shook his head. Brother Su, you don't need to be like this. My Li family owes you, so this is something I should do. What does Brother Su plan to do next? Wang Lin pondered. When he came to Planet Annihilation and talked with Li Yuan, he had heard a lot from Li Yuan. He even knew that he was called Master Demon. Thinking about what Li Yuan had said about the Thunder Celestial Temple's 108 Celestials starting a battle with the 4 major star systems, Wang Lin made a decision in his heart. This wasn't just for the 2 great celestial spells that Shimizu had mentioned. More importantly, it was the promise from the Xiang family on planet Dongling. The 36 Heaven Celestials could obtain a promise from the Thunder Celestial Temple and the 2 ancient cultivation families. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he said, Brother Li, are you interested in fighting for one of the 108 Celestials? Li Yuan pondered for a long time before bitterly smiling. With my cultivation level, even if I went, it would be useless. I'm going to go into closed-door cultivation and try to break through to the illusory Yin stage. As he spoke, Li Yuan's eyes were filled with decisiveness. In order for his family to regain its glory, he was determined to break through no matter what. Wang Lin nodded and calmly said, with Brother Li's talent, breaking through is only a matter of time. He pondered a bit before slapping his bag of holding and taking out a piece of jade. He carefully engraved the Thunder Origin tactic inside. Brother Li, there's a cultivation method inside this jade. If you carefully cultivate it, your chance of breaking through will increase a lot. Li Yuan took the jade and carefully looked at it. He was shocked. Although his Li family had an ancient inheritance, a lot of the ancient records had been lost. The only thing left was the annihilation restriction heart. In reality, his family couldn't even compare to an ordinary cultivation family. The Thunder Origin spell was a Thunder Celestial Temple cultivation method. Although it wasn't very precious, it was definitely rare. He nodded slightly and said, Brother Su, there's no need for thanks between us. If one day I can make a breakthrough, I'll definitely come find you. The 2 of us will be like the Thunder Celestial Realm. It will be a joyous occasion. Wang Lin revealed a smile and said, Brother Li, goodbye. With that, he stepped forward and ripples spread out under his feet. His entire body merged with the ripples and disappeared. Tomorrow, 3rd hour, the Luo Tian will be ending. Many familiar faces will appear one by one. Do you still remember the woman disguised as a man on planet Ranyan? Do you still remember Shi Zifeng, who had a good impression of Wang Lin in the Thunder Celestial Realm? Do you still remember Zhang Konglai, Shengong Hu, and so on? Tomorrow, the 108 Celestials will begin. In addition, the Light Bulb Girl has organized a book review event, the Rosefinch Cup. I hope everyone will participate and you'll get cheating coins. I'm looking forward to everyone writing down their stories and feelings so that I can share them. For more information, see the book review section. Chapter 859. The Thunder Celestial Temple bestowed the title of 108 Celestials to the Luo Tian region, with the East, West, North, and South Star regions as the conferred lands. A fierce competition began. This celestial title competition was the first in the Luo Tian continent since the collapse of the Celestial Realm. Celestial Lord Shimizu had also taught them spells. In addition, the 2 ancient cultivation families promised to give out the right to enter the celestial pool from the mysterious ancient family. All of this pushed the celestial title competition to its peak. Before attacking the Alliance star system, they used the celestial title competition to raise the battle intent of the entire Luo Tian star system to a high level. Countless cultivation families chose 108 people to go to the Thunder Celestial Temple at designated locations in the east, west, south, and north regions of the Luo Tian star system. Under the witness of the messengers sent by the Thunder Celestial Temple, they would go to the Thunder Celestial Temple for the final title battle. In the southern domain of the Luo Tian star system, outside one of the three main planets, Earth Flame Planet, there was a vast expanse of space. At this moment, the area within 500 kilometers was shrouded in a bright light. Thousands of kilometers away, there was an endless amount of cultivators. The tidal battlefield of the Luo Tian southern domain was here. Thousands of kilometers away, there were blue stones floating in the air. There was one person or several people sitting on top of each blue stone. There were a lot of them, and they filled the area. These blue stones were prepared by the southern domain of the Luo Tian star system for everyone to watch the celestial title competition. At this moment, there were no less than tens of thousands of cultivators in the Luo Tian southern domain. The cultivation levels of these people varied, but most of them were the first step of cultivation. Aside from accompanying the competitors of their families, they were also here to broaden their horizons and witness celestial spells. There were many red stones among the countless blue stones. Although there were cultivators sitting on them, all of their eyes were shining brightly and filled with battle intent. They were the people who had obtained the qualifications to fight for the title announced by the southern domain of the Luo Tian star system. There were about 300 to 400 of these red stones. The 108 people that Luo Tian had selected from the southern domain to go to the Thunder Celestial Temple were among them. At this moment, two cultivators were fighting in the 500-kilometer battlefield. Various spells filled the air, but they were evenly matched. As the sounds of their attacks echoed, the spectators all focused their attention, especially those who were going to participate in the next battle. Their eyes were glued to the battle. Of course, there were also some cultivators who only took a glance before withdrawing their gazes. It was obvious that a battle of this level was not enough to arouse their interest. Zhang Konglai was one of them. The Zhang family was a large family. Zhang Konglai was the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Zhang family. In this southern region title battle, the Zhang family's requirement for him was to be in the top 10. The top 10, if nothing unexpected happens, it's all in the bag. Zhang Konglai's gaze swept around and landed on a red stone in the distance. Shengong, who was sitting on it with his eyes closed. He seemed to sense something and opened his eyes to look at Zhang Konglai. The two of them smiled at each other before withdrawing their gazes. Shengong, who withdrew his gaze and looked into the distance. His expression was a bit bleak. He originally wanted to help the High Lord being hunted by the Yao family, but the ancestor of the family had personally appeared and stopped him. Although Shengong, who was unwilling, in the end, he had to yield. However, he sneered in his heart. The Yao family was simply courting death by provoking the High Lord. Although what happened later was beyond Shengong Hu's expectations, the High Lord fought back again and again under the pursuit of the Yao family, causing a large amount of cultivators to die. He even earned the title of Master Demon. In the end, there was a heaven-shaking battle in the northern domain of the Luo Tian that caused the name Su Mu to spread far and wide. Although all of this looked very famous on the surface, it didn't match Shengong Hu's impression of him. He pondered for a long time as he recalled everything that had happened, and his heart was filled with bitterness. With Shengong Hu's intelligence, he had some speculations. I fear that Su Mu isn't as powerful as I imagined. His cultivation level is probably lower than mine. No matter how much he improves, he will only be at the peak of the corporeal yang stage like me. Alas, Shengong Hu's heart was extremely complicated as he withdrew his gaze from the void. Zhang Konglai's heart was also complicated. His mood was similar to Shengong Hu's. When he saw Wang Lin being hunted by the Yao family, he gradually gained enlightenment, and then he felt a complicated bitterness. Su Mu, alas, I didn't think Zhang Konglai, will be deceived by someone one day. It's not that I can't see through this person's cultivation. It's just that, so how could I see through it? This person must have had a great encounter in the Thunder Celestial realm, which is why he reached the corporeal yang stage. It's not like I thought he was hiding his cultivation. Even now, this person must still be at the corporeal yang stage. I was wrong about him. Zhang Konglai let out a sigh in his heart and felt extremely disappointed. Zhang Yin was sitting on a rock behind Zhang Konglai. She looked at Zhang Konglai and saw him frown. She let out a sigh in her heart. She knew that her cousin was thinking about Senior again. During this period of time, Senior's name had spread across the Luo Tian. Every time she thought about what happened in the Thunder Celestial realm, she would be extremely shocked. If it wasn't for Senior leading the charge, she would have already died. At this moment, there was a red stone in the distance. Tang Yinfeng was sitting on top of it. His eyes were gloomy as he watched this. He let out a cold snort but didn't speak. Zhang Konglai, Shen Gonghu, and Tang Yinfeng were famous in the southern domain of the Luo Tian. They were known as the three heroes of the southern domain. Aside from the various cultivation families, there were also several people who were responsible for the selection of the title competition. 3 of them came from the Thunder Celestial Temple. 2 of the 3 wore green robes. Their expressions were cold, and there were flashes of lightning in their eyes. The other person had an ancient expression and was wearing a purple robe. His eyes were still closed, as if he didn't care about what was happening before him. The 2 green-robed messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple were extremely respectful toward this person. Not only them, but even the ancestors of the various families in the Luo Tian southern domain were very respectful toward this purple-robed old man. Aside from the 3 of them, there were also many ancestors from the various families in the Luo Tian southern domain. The stones they were sitting on were all white. There weren't many white stones, less than a dozen, but the people sitting on them were all famous. However, the Shengong family's ancestor and the Zhan family's Li Yunzi didn't come. The battle inside the light curtain gradually came to an end. Bursts of light shined, and the cultivation families that the 2 people were from all focused on the battle. A moment later, one of them trembled. His face turned pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He quickly retreated, and seeing the opponent chasing after him, he let out a sigh. As he retreated, he said, "I admit defeat." A long laugh came from the pursuer's mouth. He turned around and gave up on the chase. The shadow inside the light curtain flickered, and a person appeared. This person wore a green robe and was one of the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple. When he appeared, there was a flash of lightning as if thunder was roaring. He looked around and calmly said, "Li Yi wins." Just as the battle for the title of the Luo Tian Southern Domain's Earth Flame Planet was going on, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, Wang Lin's figure appeared from the void. His eyes were cold as he looked into the distance. Li Yuan once said that the battle for the title of the Luo Tian Southern Domain will be held on Earth Flame Planet. Every participant must have a qualification token given by the Southern Domain of the Luo Tian Southern Domain. If you don't have a token, you can't participate. Once the battle begins, the area within 50,000 kilometers will be locked down. If you are late, you won't be able to enter. Wang Lin let out a cold snort and stepped forward. Ripples spread out under his feet, and after 2 steps, he disappeared once more. There was a cultivator sitting cross-legged every 500 kilometers outside the earthly flame star. There were so many of them that they formed a ring around the earthly flame star, forming a blockade that prevented outsiders from entering. Strands of spiritual energy spread out from their bodies and connected with each other, forming a tight connection. Once there was a change in position, everyone would immediately notice. At this moment, Meng Lin was sitting cross-legged in the starry sky, a look of indignation on his face. As a member of the Meng family on Earth Flame Planet, he had originally wanted to take this opportunity to fight for a title and take a look at the various celestial spells. However, he had been sent here by the family, so he was very angry. When he thought about the gloating expressions on the faces of his peers and his family when they found out he was sent to guard this place, Meng Lin became even more annoyed. Even if he wanted to calm down and cultivate, he couldn't do it. If I can see the various spells of the 3 geniuses of the Southern Domain during this celestial title competition, it will definitely be very beneficial to me. Ah. Meng Lin let out a sigh. His cultivation level was only at the late stage of soul transformation, and he had been stuck there for a long time, unable to enter the ascended stage. As he let out a sigh, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he stared ahead. 1,000 feet in front of Meng Lin, ripples suddenly appeared in the void. As the ripples echoed, a person walked out. This person was wearing white, and his black hair moved without any wind. His eyes revealed an indescribable light. When Meng Lin met his gaze, a thunderous roar echoed in his mind. It was as if countless bolts of thunder were exploding in his ears. His origin soul almost collapsed, and his spiritual energy scattered, wanting to escape from his body. In that instant, he lost all consciousness. Wang Lin's figure flickered, and he walked past Meng Lin. It wasn't until he was far away that Meng Lin regained his senses. His eyes were filled with confusion as he looked back, but he didn't see anything. Strange, why did I become absent-minded just now? Meng Lin scratched his head. He couldn't think of the reason, so he let out a sigh and began to cultivate. What was strange was that this cultivation was unprecedentedly successful. In just a moment, he was completely immersed in cultivation. The first chapter is here. Today is the third chapter, a total of 9,000 words. There will be a second chapter soon, and then a third. Today was the weekend, so Jin had even pushed back his friends waiting to focus on writing. Chapter 860. Wang Lin didn't merge with heaven and earth within the 50,000-kilometer radius of the Earth-flame planet. Instead, he moved forward with increasing speed. The reason he didn't merge with heaven and earth to use spatial bending was because this battle was extremely important to him. As he moved forward, his heart grew calmer, and his eyes were terrifyingly calm. His will to fight grew stronger and sharper with each step he took. His will to fight climbed madly as Wang Lin moved forward. In the end, it was as if a tempest had formed behind Wang Lin, a tempest that contained Wang Lin's towering will to fight. 108 immortals. What I want are not the 72 earthly fiends, but the 36 heavenly dippers. Wang Lin's eyes shone with a cold light. He had to win. He had to win. If he wanted to fight to become one of the 108 immortals, this was only the first step. Only by successfully obtaining the qualifications in the southern domain of Luo Tian would he be able to contend for the top spot. The tempest formed by his will to fight madly spread out behind Wang Lin, causing his energy to fuse with heaven and earth. Within the tempest were black and white yin and yang fishes. As they spread out, ripples spread out for tens of thousands of kilometers in all directions, and continued to grow. The will to fight came from Wang Lin's heart, filled with killing intent. His black hair floated in the wind, making him look like a devil immortal. His white robe didn't reveal the color of snow, but the color of bone. Not only did Wang Lin have to win this battle, but he had to win as cleanly as possible. Only then could his name spread across the entire All-Heaven star system. Only then would he have the qualifications to make the Xiang family take him seriously when he made a request. Wan Air. The will to fight in Wang Lin's eyes reached an extreme level, but within that extreme level, there was also a trace of sorrow. That sorrow came from his Wan Air. He always remembered the illusion that the whole world collapsed in front of his eyes when Li Muin's last tear fell, and the sorrow and loneliness of the starry sky being isolated in his ears. He would never be able to forget the moment he reached the ascended stage. Because of the reluctance in his heart, he was willing to fight against the heavens and cultivate against the heavens. He had come to the Luo Tian starfield and experienced many battles, all for the sake of reviving Wan Air. The words of the Xiang family woman sealed in the scroll were like countless thunderclaps reverberating in Wang Lin's heart. It was the most fundamental reason why he came to the Luo Tian star field. He could not lose. There was also the agreement with Shimizu. Wang Lin could not be defeated. With this extreme conviction and the will to fight, Wang Lin frantically circulated the Yuan power in his body. The storm formed by the will to fight behind him expanded, and the yin and yang fish within it spun even faster. This will to fight was very strong, and in an instant, it echoed within tens of thousands of kilometers of planet Earth flame. As Wang Lin moved forward step by step, his speed gradually became faster. He was several times faster than lightning, meteors, and rays of light. At this speed, Wang Lin charged directly into the 30,000-kilometer radius of planet Earth flame. At this moment, the two cultivators fighting in a light barrier 500 kilometers away from earthly flame star immediately turned pale. Horror appeared in their eyes, and they even forgot to fight each other. They suddenly turned their heads and stared at the source of the shock in the distance. At this moment, not only the two of them, but everyone's expressions changed, and they all looked into the distance. Among the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple, the expressions of the two green-robed men also changed. Their hearts beat faster, and their blood seemed to freeze. Only their origin energy continued to circulate at a terrifying speed. It was as if they didn't do this, they wouldn't be able to resist. The patriarchs of the nearby cultivator clans opened their eyes and looked off into the distance. Shocked expressions appeared on their faces, and their eyes began to glitter brightly. What a powerful battle intent! If they were like this, then there was no need to even mention the others. Within 5,000 kilometers, all of the members of the various cultivation clans sitting on the green boulders were filled with shock as they looked off into the distance. Their spiritual energy was circulating madly within their bodies, almost beyond their control. If they didn't do this, their minds would be injured under the unimaginable battle intent. This battle intent was too dense, too strong, too domineering. Fight! The endless battle intent seemed to turn into the word fight. It was like a sonic boom that echoed in the ears of all the cultivators within 5,000 kilometers. This word was silent, but at this moment, everyone could feel it. Some of the weaker cultivators immediately coughed out blood and were injured. They were defeated by this battle intent, and an irresistible thought appeared in their hearts. Shengong, whose eyes bulged, and he suddenly stood up. An irresistible aura that came from his soul rushed out like a flood. In his mind, he felt as if there was an ancient ferocious beast walking toward him step by step. That endless battle intent made his blood boil, and he felt as if he was holding a breath in his heart. If he didn't let it out, he would be injured. This was not the key point. The key point was that there was an aura that Shengong, who was extremely familiar with within this battle intent. The bitterness in his heart mixed with the aura he was holding back, forming a complicated emotion that filled his entire body. My lord! Shengong, whose body trembled. He originally thought that he had been disappointed, thought that he had lost confidence in the High Lord, thought that he had been deceived by the High Lord, and thought that he was a fool. However, at this moment, a surge of power appeared in his heart. This power made him excited once again, but this time there was a trace of unwillingness in his excitement. Roar! Shengong, who let out a roar, and a powerful aura surrounded his body. This aura absorbed all of the complex emotions in Shengong, whose heart, and turned into a monstrous battle intent. It was as if it had turned into a giant dragon that roared into the distance. Not only him, but Zhang Konglai also stood up and stared ahead. He couldn't detect Su Mu's arrival like Shengong Hu, but he could find a trace of familiarity from this battle intent. With the speculation in his heart, the pressure from this battle intent, and the unyielding aura of a member of the Zhan family, he was like an unsheathed sword that erupted with monstrous battle intent. This battle intent also turned into a giant dragon, but it was a sword energy dragon that charged out from his body. Tang Yinfeng slowly stood up as a powerful killing intent burst out from his body. He moved like a bolt of lightning and charged toward the source of the battle intent. His eyes were cold and filled with earth-shattering killing intent. This killing intent and battle intent fused to form Storm. As it swept by, it fused with Shengong Hu and Zhang Konglia's battle intents and charged forward like crazy. Under this pressure, it wasn't just the three of them who were also stimulated by battle intent. A moment later, dozens of battle intents charged into the sky with unyielding intent. It spread out like thunder. The scene caused all the cultivators in the area to be astonished. Only the old man from the Thunder Celestial Temple remained calm. His eyes were closed, and there was no change in his expression. The storm formed by various battle intents immediately collided with Wang Lin. After a thunderous rumble, it was as if the entire area was trembling. Wang Lin walked over from the distance in white. When he arrived, everyone's battle intent seemed to become corporeal and was slowly suppressed by Wang Lin's cold gaze, his killing intent, and his monstrous battle intent. Everyone's battle intent was mercilessly suppressed by Wang Lin's monstrous battle intent. A roar echoed, and Tang Yinfeng charged out. He held a red longsword in his hand that gave off a shocking amount of sword energy. As his origin energy surged, spells appeared around him. They turned into blood-colored lotuses that circled around him as they charged at Wang Lin. Behind him, there were still some cultivators that couldn't suppress this battle intent and charged at Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he took a step forward and raised his right hand. The origin energy in his body surged and formed a storm. At this moment, Wang Lin's early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivation completely appeared. Sweep the world. As his origin energy spread out like crazy, Tang Yinfeng's eyes were filled with terror. He didn't expect the person before him to break through the corporeal Yang stage and reach the Nirvana Scryer stage. Just as his eyes were filled with fear, Wang Lin closed in and the Heavenly Chop appeared. The Heavenly Chop landed on Tang Yinfeng's red sword. The sword immediately shattered into pieces and was knocked back. The moment Tang Yinfeng cried out, Wang Lin arrived. His two fingers formed a sword and broke all of Tang Yinfeng's spells. This caused all the red lotuses around Tang Yinfeng to collapse. As thunderous rumbles echoed, Wang Lin's two fingers didn't stop at all and pressed down on Tang Yinfeng's chest. With a bang, Tang Yinfeng coughed out a large mouthful of blood and was knocked back. Thunderous rumbles echoed inside his body, and countless bolts of thunder came out. His origin soul was seriously injured and was knocked far away. All of this happened in an instant. It was unimaginably fast. With Wang Lin's Nirvana Scryer cultivation, knocking back a peak corporeal Yang cultivator was simply insignificant. If he wanted to kill, that finger would have killed Tang Yinfeng. At this moment, he withdrew his finger and the third eye opened. There was a flash of red light, and as Wang Lin turned around, the red light spread out. The expressions of the cultivators that came after Tang Yinfeng all changed greatly. All the spells around them returned to their essences. They all coughed out blood as if they were seriously injured and were knocked back. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he slowly said, "This Luo Tian has 108 qualifications in the southern domain. I want first place." Sumu. Some of the surrounding cultivators immediately exclaimed, "Master Demon Sumu. He is Sumu. I have personally seen him." The second update was delivered. Chapter 861. Sumu. The Sumu that slaughtered planets in the western Luo Tian domain. This person was hunted by the Yao family, but in the end he caused the Yao family to retreat in defeat. He is the first person under the Heaven Order to come out unscathed. Rumor has it that the Yao family suffered heavy losses this time. Master Demon Su Mu slaughtered many of their family members. Not only that, but many of the cultivation families that participated in the battle against the Yao family are still uneasy. As long as this Su Mu is alive, they will have to worry about revenge. All kinds of discussions erupted after a moment of silence. Su Mu's name was too big. Almost everyone in the Luo Tian star system knew about him. Shingong, who stared at Wang Lin dumbfoundedly, and a complicated feeling appeared in his heart. However, at this moment, Wang Lin's early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivation shocked him. This kind of shock came from the depths of his heart and spread throughout his body. He really couldn't tell if the person before him was really as he thought. Zhang Konglai was also startled. He never expected the familiar feeling from the battle intent to be Wang Lin. In particular, Wang Lin's cultivation made him completely confused. The first time I saw him, he was at the late stage of ascendant. The second time, he was at the corporeal yang stage. Now the third time, he is at the early stage of nirvana scrya. Did he really not hide his cultivation? Zhang Konglai was confused. Senior. Beside Zhang Konglai, Zhang Yun was filled with joy as she quickly flew over. She was only a few hundred feet away from Wang Lin when she clasped her hands. Her expression was extremely respectful. Not only her, but there were also people within 5,000 kilometers of Earth Flame Planet that had been brought out by Wang Lin. They were all extremely excited as they flew over and bowed. Seeing these people, Wang Lin nodded slightly. Right at this moment, a low and gloomy voice suddenly resounded from a white rock in the distance. An old man sat cross-legged on the white rock, and the unconscious Tang Yinfeng was by the old man's side. What qualifications do you have to be first among the 108 cultivators of the Southern Domain? You don't have the qualifications to participate. Your actions are the same as ignoring all the cultivators of the Luo Tian Southern Domain. The old man stared at Wang Lin with killing intent in his eyes. In his opinion, even though Su Mu did not kill Tang Yinfeng, he had heavily injured Tang Yinfeng. Even if Tang Yinfeng recovered from his injuries, his cultivation would greatly decrease. He no longer had any chance in this celestial bestowal battle. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he looked at the old man. Just at this moment, a middle-aged cultivator 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin stood there. This was one of the people Wang Lin had saved in the Thunder Celestial Realm. He pondered for a bit before clenching his teeth and looking at the old man from the Tang family. My Luo Tian Southern Domain's Chun family recommends Senior Su Mu to participate. I don't know if my Chun family has the qualifications. The old man named Tang's eyes lit up. He didn't look at the middle-aged cultivator, but at one of the ancestors of the Chun family. At this moment, another cultivator stepped forward. This cultivator was a bit old. He looked at the old man named Tang and said, "The Luo Tian Southern Domain's Zhao family recommends Senior Su Mu to participate. I don't know if my Zhao family has the qualifications in Senior Tang's eyes." A middle-aged man wearing navy blue stepped forward and looked at the old man named Tang. The Luo Tian Southern Domain's Li family recommends Senior Su Mu to participate. I don't know if my Li family has the qualifications. The Zheng family also recommends Senior Su Mu. I don't know if my Zheng family has the qualifications. After the middle-aged man, a young married woman in colorful clothes also walked out. Although her voice was soft, it was filled with determination. As a direct descendant of the Miao family, I recommend Senior Su Mu. My Miao family is one of the families on the main planet. Senior Tang, does the Miao family have the qualifications? A young man wearing a black robe with an indifferent expression slowly walked out. These four people were all people Wang Lin had saved in the Thunder Celestial Realm. They had always been grateful to Wang Lin, but when the Yao family was hunting them, they couldn't help. Deep down, they felt guilty toward Wang Lin. However, at this moment, they didn't hesitate to stand beside Wang Lin. The Tang clan patriarch's face flickered, and the Qin clan patriarch stared in shock. A bitter smile appeared on his face, and he closed his eyes. Not only him, but the leaders of the other families that supported Wang Lin all closed their eyes and didn't care. Although this was the case, if anyone dared to question their family's qualifications, they would demand an explanation. Another cultivator stepped forward and fearlessly looked at the old man from the Tang family. Planet Earth Flame's Meng family recommends Senior Su Mu. I don't know if my Meng family has the qualifications. Planet Thundercloud's Bailey family recommends Senior Su Mu. Planet Netherwater's Seekong family recommends Senior Su Mu. Planet Earth Flame's Zhou family recommends Senior Su Mu. Planet Sky Blue's Ning family also recommends Senior Su Mu. I don't know if my Ning family, as one of the families on the main planet, has the qualifications. After those people, more and more cultivators walked out and stood beside Wang Lin. They all looked at the old man named Meng. Without exception, they were all people that had escaped from the Thunder Celestial Realm under Wang Lin's leadership. The scene before him shocked the old man named Tang greatly. His eyes lit up as he looked at the juniors standing beside Wang Lin. Even with his cultivation level, he silently pondered. These people of a younger generation did not amount to much. However, the elders of their clan did not refute their actions. Instead, they all closed their eyes and remained silent. All of this caused Elder Tang to feel a trace of shock toward Su Mu for the first time. His cultivation level was also at the Nirvana Scryer stage, but like Wang Lin, he was at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. However, he had been at the Nirvana Scryer stage for a long time and had reached the peak of the early stage. In the Luo Tian star system, in ordinary cultivation families, cultivators at the Yin and Yang stage could be called the family's ancestor. Unless there was some other fortune, it was impossible for a Nirvana Scryer cultivator to appear. Only those cultivation families on the main planet would have Nirvana Scryer cultivators, but there weren't many. Every family only had one person, and that was the limit. Only a cultivation family like the Tang family, which was second only to the Yao family, would have several cultivators that had truly entered the second step. This was the family's foundation, the accumulation of tens of thousands of years. It couldn't be forced. The old man was one of the 4 people in the second step. At the same time, he was the weakest. Zhang Konglai, on behalf of the Zhan family, recommends that Senior Su Mu has the qualifications. Senior Tang, do I, Zhang Konglai, have the qualifications? Zhang Konglai silently pondered for a moment before he raised his head and stared at the old man from the Tang family. The old man's expression became even more gloomy. Shingong Hu recommends that Senior Su Mu has the qualifications. Shingong Hu didn't say much, but after he spoke, there was a hint of determination in his eyes. The old man from the Tang family sneered and was about to speak, but at this moment, a calm voice came from the purple-robed old man among the 3 messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Su Mu has the qualifications. After he spoke, the expression of the old man from the Tang family changed completely. He knew the identity of the purple-robed old man, so he didn't dare to refute. He let out a cold snort, waved his sleeves, and took Tang Yanfeng away. The members of the Tang family all flew into the air and followed the old man into the distance. Before leaving, the old man looked viciously at Wang Lin, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Wang Lin calmly looked over and said, "Explode." The moment the word "explode" left his mouth, the old man named Tang was startled, and his expression immediately changed. When he turned around, Tang Yanfeng, whom he had been carrying, immediately trembled and exploded into countless pieces of flesh and blood. Even Tang Yanfeng's origin soul was destroyed by the impact. There was no chance for the old man to save him. Wang Lin had left a very well-hidden force in Tang Yanfeng's body. Unless someone had a higher cultivation level than Wang Lin and was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer, it would be impossible to discover it in a short period of time. At this moment, since the Tang family wanted to kill him, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to detonate that force and completely kill Tang Yanfeng. Your Tang family, don't become the second Yao family. Wang Lin's voice was very calm, but the killing intent in it was as dense as the cold wind. Su Mu, the old man from the Tang family, was furious. There was a hint of pain in his heart as he stared at Wang Lin. With one step, he charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he raised his right hand. Just at this moment, a cold snort came from the purple-robed old man. The old man opened his eyes for the first time and revealed a cold gaze. Private fights are not allowed during the title competition. Tang Shan, take your Tang family members and scram for the old man. Once the title competition is over, if you want revenge, you can learn from the Yao family and deal with it yourself. The old man named Tang stopped and pondered for a moment. He stared at Wang Lin with hatred before he turned around and left with the Tang family members. The purple-robed old man from the Thunder Celestial Temple looked at Wang Lin. His eyes lit up, and he calmly said, "You want to be number 1 among the 108 qualifications in the Southern Domain?" Wang Lin looked at the old man. With his current cultivation level, he could vaguely feel a powerful origin energy fluctuation coming from the old man's body. Wang Lin couldn't see through this person's cultivation level, but he guessed that this person was a lot weaker than the blood ancestor. Even if he wasn't at the Nirvana cleanser stage, he was definitely at the peak of the late stage of Nirvana Scryer. That's right, Wang Lin calmly said. His voice was filled with decisiveness and battle intent. The purple-robed old man revealed a hint of admiration as he slowly said, "Good. If no one here challenges you, the old man will make you number one in the southern domain. Is there anyone who wants to challenge me?" The purple-robed old man's gaze swept past all the cultivators sitting on the red stones. His gaze finally landed on one person. This person was wearing black and was about 40 years old. His sideburns were slightly pale, and there were 9 blades inserted into the stone before him. Even when Wang Lin's battle intent pressed down on him, he didn't react at all and just silently cultivated. Only when Wang Lin revealed his early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivation did he raise his head, and there was a hint of undetectable battle intent in his eyes. Zhang Konglai challenges his senior Sumu. A sudden voice suddenly echoed. Zhang Konglai took a deep breath and revealed a complicated and confused expression. However, there was also battle intent in his eyes. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin and respectfully said, "If Senior Su Mu convinces me, then I, Zhang Konglai, am willing to give up my Tao intent and worship Senior as my lord to fight the alliance." As soon as the words were spoken, it immediately caused a huge uproar within 10,000 li. The third update is being delivered. 9,000 words, only more and no less, asking for monthly votes. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.